so initially let's do roll call. In California first, Andy Eaton, chairperson. All right.
Isa Slabs.
Offense was County Sanitation District.
You guys are you're gonna have to speak up because we are having a little bit of a difficult time hearing you. There's just one speaker on the phone. Hello?
Who's the last person that you heard?
We've been hearing bits and pieces of people. We won't hear names, and then we'll hear where they're from, and then we won't hear anything for a while.
Why don't we hang up the call and just have Miriam redial it? Since we know we can do that. Is that all right? Hello?
1 second.
Should we do it now, or?
Yeah, let's do it right now. I'm gonna hang up. Just give us a call back. Thanks.
It's very strange. It's green. It's down. Oh, that doesn't.
Maybe the big one hit. They're gone.
Let's hope not. Caitlin?
I'm sorry to bother you with this, but the microphones.
I don't think the problem's on our end.
No, it has nothing to do with that. I'm just talking about the microphones here. When we pushed it, that to speak when we push down? And we
No, you don't have to. They're just gonna pick up everything you say. They're already on.
There's no mute for them?
The mute is on here.
Okay.
When you push down, the light goes off, and then when you look,
Yeah.
it comes back on. It's weird.
Okay.
Renee, did your flight get delayed when you were coming back out of Orange County? I thought I saw you at the airport when we were still there.
I just had a late flight. I just booked it in case.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't have left. I wanted to stay.
Yeah.
And it would have been too much of a rush to get
there.
that, so I just took the
Yeah.
late back.
Yeah.
So it was fine,
Good.
Yeah. How was yours?
It was fine. It was easy. Yeah. Felt depleted when I got to the airport, but it was fine. Yeah.
Well, I left, I think it was in the middle, I think I had to look right at around Mindy's, because I didn't want to get stuck, no offense, Mindy, stuck in the rush hour traffic.
Oh, yeah.
That-
No,
that
there was a lot of
distressing.
traffic getting to the airport. It was a little stressful.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of avoid that if I could. Then, of course, I made one turn off going to Huntington Beach. And so I
Right.
thought, well, I allow for getting lost, in my.
She allowed for an hour at the beach.
I would say, just go to Huntington.
My time.
I don't blame you at all. No offense taken.
This one wasn't planned.
I've been down to Orange County too much. I don't find it all that exciting.
Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't realize till, I don't know, that thing with Harrison Ford, that was the airport we flew out of. I recognized
I've almost done that.
news clip.
Landed on the taxiway there. Because the runway he was landing on is tiny. It's a little short strip. And then and it's on the left side. And there's a big runway that the big planes go and take off on. But they try to collect the little planes on that little runway. Oh, I think he totally messed up. I mean, it's an old pilot trick. Land on the taxiway because it looks like a runway.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look that much different than that runway.
No, it didn't. But I didn't realize that was it until they were showing something on the news earlier this week. And I thought, oh, God, that looks so familiar.
Oh, they had it fully filmed. I mean, as if, I think there was a camera on the terminal and he cleared that plane, by a good 40, 50 feet. It wasn't really a close call, but,
That's close enough for me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I've just been involved in like Napa. They train ANA, all Nippon Airways pilots there and JAL pilots, and they're learning how to speak English and fly simultaneously. Those guys, you got to watch out for. They'll come in from every corner of the compass. You can't see them. It's wild.
Note to self, don't fly in at
Yeah,
Napa.
There's a big article in the Chronicle about Santa Rosa. That's like,
Wow.
apparently though, that airport's like
Yeah, there's
popping.
3 airlines now.
You
It's
can go to
great.
Phoenix,
You can fly there, now they have the flight to SFO.
yeah.
So you can jump on a flight to SFO and then go anywhere.
So I'm trying to convince my wife to sell the house in Berkeley and move up to Napa or something like that.
I love it.
That's the selling feature.
Yeah, they expanded the runway,
Yeah,
so they
because
could
the-
accommodate bigger planes.
Because the big problem with living out there is, I mean, for us, I mean, for me, I gotta fly, I probably fly 50,000 miles a year now.
Yeah.
Through Stockton, is that right?
Well, no, it actually.
And if I'm not close to Oakland or San Francisco, I'm toast. It's
And the
really,
traffic is just
Kinda committed, isn't it?
it's so bad.
It's so bad.
There's no changing it now.
It's so bad. It's so bad coming north.
But I remember the argument for years, if you don't expand the freeway, they won't come, you know?
That is not true at all.
That's like with Sonoma County, it's been ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know,
But
like,
it's still those little 2-lane roads to get up in there,
Highway
but
101.
everybody's coming.
they had 2 lanes in each direction forever.
Forever. I mean, up until just a couple of years
And it
ago.
really is the locals who were responsible for that. I think Caltrans would have funded the expansion.
But now they are expanding it, so it is better in
Yeah, the locals have
segments.
finally just thrown in the towel and said, screw it, we
Because
can't
the traffic's
stop
so
this.
bad. I mean, we have to have some kind of relief.
50 here, it used to take me 25
Good morning,
minutes to get from
Stephen.
home to work.
Good, how are you?
Not an hour. Just sitting.
You're here.
No, it takes one person having a flat
I know, I
tire.
give myself some more time today.
Everything stops.
I leave earlier.
How long is it usually?
Yeah, I was commenting.
It
that
takes me an
the
hour and
biggest
45
problem was,
minutes.
like,
It's really not that
all
bad
day
now,
long.
but
from
I gotta
Berkeley
get
to
all my
San
people out the
Francisco,
door
it takes you an hour
at home.
whenever you leave.
And then I can leave.
That's probably a lot more work.
There's
Yeah,
no way
it
you can
is.
get across that bridge.
There's
Even
no
if you're
good time of
right
day.
there.
Yeah.
So, you know, and taking BART, that's like.
So how's the new job going for you, Mark?
Hardly get it.
Why aren't they calling back?
I remember Dory's words, just keep swimming.
That's about right. No, since I don't work in Berkeley anymore,
How's the
I
commute
don't need
going?
to be there, so I don't want to.
That's not too bad.
Oh, wait, I heard you
ride
got a
bike,
motorcycle.
so
Okay,
I
yeah.
just split lanes. so
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Makes life a lot easier.
You
Stay
are
safe.
very,
Very trusting of drivers.
Yeah.
Then you do not keep the eye out for motorcyclists. Yeah. They forget about us?
Well, she said they're trying to call in right now. They've called a couple of times already this morning, so it shouldn't be.
Why don't we just challenge them? They can have their meeting, we'll have ours, and we'll see who gets more done.
I might be Christine's surrogate today.
do we have a Wi-Fi here?
Yeah, Cali PA Public. It's spotty up here, I think.
But there's certain sites they block, so.
Oh, so I won't be able to.
Are you
do
hinting
my
at what
little
Bruce might be going
My
at?
U-porn while I wait and figure everything out?
Well, I think they don't let you tweet or stuff like that, you know, none of
You
the
can't go
social.
on any like alcohol websites or like wine
Hello?
websites.
Okay, we can hear you.
All right, we
At
switched
the-
to a
at-
completely different phone system, so hopefully we're good. All
Okay.
right, so let's continue where we left off, which was going around with introductions.
We're hearing some like paper shuffling happening, is getting picked up, just so you know.
Okay,
Thanks.
Is there a password?
so Christine Sotelo from ELAC.
Yeah.
Okay, is that everybody in the room?
Well, Ron,
Just
introduce yourself.
Ron Cobb, start anyway.
Okay, let's go to Northern California, then we can go back to people who were in the audience.
Hi, Tony Gonzalez, Capel.
Mindy Boley, City of Vacaville.
Mark Corkamore, CMSA.
Jill Brote, Brel Jane Race Laboratories.
Renee Spears, State Water Board.
Gail Cho, California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Stephen Clark, Pacific Eco Risk.
Bruce Godfrey, Montrose Environmental.
Caitlin McCarthy, ELA.
Okay, anybody in the peanut gallery up there?
No peanut gallery today.
Okay, we've
Oh,
got
one more person coming.
people in the audience here, so let's go around.
David Jensen, LA County Government West. Is this still our laboratory? Do you know what I'm talking about at the street?
All right.
I just want to mention who we don't have. I didn't hear Bruce Burton.
Bruce Burton is not here and Bruce LaBelle is not here.
Okay.
Guest introduced.
And I'm sorry, everyone is there, in your location, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't
and-
hear Bruce Godfrey or Anthony Gonzalez.
They are, Bruce and Anthony are both here, and we also just had a member of the public walk in. If you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, Raji Subramanian, City of Roseville.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on to item 2, which is the public comments on items not on the agenda. Anybody on the telephone from the public who comment?
There's not an active phone line, Andy, it's just us, yeah. And just members of the public watching on the webcast.
Okay, so if anybody from the public has something, they can send a message to David.
I'm getting a text from somebody in the public saying they're trying to get on by the website, in the
Yeah,
webcast, and they can't.
Yeah, I got one too,
Is
I'm
that-
working on that with
Okay.
AV right now,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, so let's move on then to item number 3, which is the summary of the January 4th meeting and approval of the minutes.
Did they say they can't, the link isn't working, or the
Yeah.
web page in general?
Have comments on the minutes?
The link for the ELTAC meeting page will not display.
I have a motion to approve the minutes.
Andy, sorry, who motioned?
Nobody's moving yet. David's
Okay.
just looking at these minutes.
Maybe you could turn the volume up on your end a little bit, turn your speaker volume up,
Is that better?
not particularly.
Okay, we turned up the volume so we can hear the more.
Okay, so they just texted me it should be working again.
Can you hear us fine now?
You're still pretty quiet.
That's disconcerting. Yeah, we've got the volume here turned up as it can go.
So do we, and but when you connected, you were pretty loud.
All we did was to move the phone.
Okay, we can, we
That's
can
much
hear
better.
you, yeah.
Okay. All right. David, did you have anything you wanted to correct?
Well, that's much correct. There's on page, there's a, says ELTAC feedback requested, there are 4 pages of items with the, is this part of the minutes?
Yes, it's the work product from your last meeting.
Right. So this is basically sort of a summary of the last meeting.
Yeah, it's a record of the votes that you all took.
David's still scrolling.
That's okay.
Okay. All right, so can I have a motion from somebody to approve the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes.
Okay, Rich moved. Can I have a second?
Second, Allison McKenzie.
Right. Any objections to approving the minutes? Hearing no objections, the minutes are approved.
All right.
To the next item on the agenda, which is Steve Weisberg. Okay, no, the next item, first is Christine talking about accomplishments.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say welcome back. We haven't seen each other for a while, so it's nice to see everybody. Can you hear me there in Northern California?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I've just, like with every meeting, I like to talk about the things that you all accomplished at the last meeting. So just to recap, you all voted on 30.
We lost you.
That's what it feels like when they're in Southern California.
Good segue to have Steve come in and talk to you about the final year 2 report. And then at the last meeting, you also provided feedback on the fee structure, and that's what you all voted for. And there's also a really jumping point for the fee discussion. So everything, from my opinion, is working out where the conversation makes the rational next step. So for today's meeting, I just want to focus on what the topics will be for today. It's to follow up on the expert review panel report. Then we'll talk about fees. And then we have 2 informational items. We have Jim Stites, who is, she will cover status of the method update rule. Did I say you're close to the phone? Yeah.
So, I don't have any.
We're losing you all.
Lean forward, okay? So Christine asked me to give a little bit of background on where the status of the review panel's report and any feedback that they got during the comment period. So as a reminder, did a draft report, sent it out and asked for comments. I got back comments from the better part of yesterday, going through those comments literally line by line, talking about every last one of them. It probably made about 100 changes, because almost all of them are very small changes. They're clarifications, a lot of good wording suggestions to just make things clearer. I tried to make a list of what I thought were the top 3 things that they. One, several of the commenters suggested, sorry Kate, you're not going to like to hear this, but several of the commenters suggested that they were a little too lenient on the communication side, particularly, where they were commenting that the newsletter looked good. I know several people said, so you're going to change a little bit to not say that what they're doing is bad, it's just need more of it. And they're going to be a little bit following some. The second one is that some of the commenters were confused as to what the panel was recommending with regard to education. And what the panel was interpreted as the panel was suggesting that part of the 58 goes to a as whole. The panel is going to be very clear that they're endorsing the 58. They actually were endorsing the process that you went through. They weren't in love with the fact that it took so long, but they endorsed the process, the fact that you had a building process, and to make recommendations for changes to the 58. What they were, however, suggesting is that the way they interpreted your presentation, Christine, is that you were going to actually almost like write a new standard. In other words, the base was write a standard, and they were recommending against that. The suggestion is adopt the TNI standard with 58 modifications that you would do through implementation guides. Looked at the 58, and they reached the conclusion that most of them were relatively minor. They're just
as they say, clarification. There were 2 or 3 that they identified that were more than minor, and that you needed to have a very defined exception. So the, you know, how many keys you do is one example of the laboratory people. But most of them, they said, were just qualifications. So because they want you to be able to take advantage of the training resource, particularly as you're developing your new contractors, just be a lot easier if you use the K9. So they're going to make it clear that they're not disagreeing with any of the 58. They're simply identifying that in implementation, you go ahead and do that through a guidance document rather than a rewrite of the spec. The third thing that they had, it's really minor, but since you all are here, I asked them what are the 3 things they wanted me to say to you, and they said, well, let them know that there was apparent confusion between the comments in Chapter 2, which is kind of the assessment, and then Chapter 3, which is the recommendations regarding ELTAC, because what they wanted to do is recognize how much they had heard about how you all felt you were being overused. And then in Chapter 3, it was saying continued overuse of it. So they're going to treat. I don't even know how they're going to resolve that, but they recognize that there was a disagreement there. They're going to come up with some language. In general, I think they really were impressed, but they all with how you all are participating and in the process. But they also didn't want to see you overworked. So I think the most poignant thing, though, to say is what they chose not to do. And I would suggest to you that there were 2 commenters, actually, and you were one of them, who said, we want to see more detail. We want to see more detail on recommendations regarding the implementation process. Because one of the things they said is, put a lot of energy into the implementation process. Do it in a way that makes it, I don't want to say easy, but easier for the labs to come on board. So that involves doing a lot of training. It involves a mentality of helping the labs for the first several years rather than trying to gotcha. And they said, but we don't want to go and give the details of how that's being done. We think that should be a discussion. Specifically, they were calling out that should be the discussion you're having with ELTAC. It's got to be something. They felt like if they gave specifics on something like that, it would actually tie your hands a little bit, and they didn't. Similarly, the same thing was asked on the third party. Again, if you look at what their key recommendations are, one of their key recommendations is do a good job of implementation. They have 3 main recommendations. 1, do more software. So that's on Christine. She's actually going to do it. The implementation, I think, is very much an LTAC kind of thing, and they did not want to undercut you by saying do it this way. And then similarly, on the third party, they said, we have a very simple observation. Our observation is you all are way behind schedule, and they see no hope of you achieving that schedule with your existing structure. They don't really do it. Aim the right and the adequate number of people to do it, particularly as you have created PT units and force units that have dragged potential people off, and you're going to need to maintain those groups. So they said, go to third party. Now, how you go to third party, whether you do that for everybody, whether you do that for a subsection of types of labs, whether you do that for a subsection of drinking water versus ambient, whether you do that for specific analyses, so retain all the simple things like TSS in-house, but do it for more the complex things, which you don't even have some people for right now at all. They said, we do not want to tell them how to do that because, again, we'll undercut the ability. That was one of the comments, give us more guidance. They did not want that. They just said, here's a problem, here's a solution. You all figure out the specifics because it really should be a negotiation among you all. And in particular, on the discussion on the call yesterday, they talked about related to ELTAC, that they really feel you are the right group to help the program define. So, in terms of process from here, I checked an email a few minutes ago, and they're still trading back and forth. They promised me that they're going to get me a final document by Friday, asking me to format small formatting changes, and then the intent would be to publish and basically send it to Christine and send it out to the lister potentially as early as Friday, probably more likely Monday. After that, Laura Phelps, the chair of the panel, will be making a presentation about the report to the state board, and that's on May 3rd. One of the comments that we got was that people felt that the review panel and the review panel process was unfair. And they weren't enamored by that comment. They didn't think it's true, but they said that's the kind of thing that they're not going to address. That should be brought up at the state board level. We'll feel the panel process was not there. So, anyway, is that the level of update you're looking for? I'm glad to answer any questions.
Well, David Kimbrough here. You mentioned that the 58 modifications would be addressed in guidance.
Right, so what they're envisioning, and again, lots of ways to do this, what their concern was, is that they see all kinds of training resources that are available through. They're not advocating becoming part of TNI, you can do that or not do that, but what they were saying is there's all kinds of training resources that are available through that. And if you rewrite the standard, then you're no longer basically able to use those training resources. If you essentially create a guidance document associated with the California guidance document, it calls out, most of those things were clarifications about how to interpret that particular thing or what thing maybe doesn't need to be done. And they said they need to put out a guidance document about implementation.
Well, and this is a point I can come up later as well, guidance isn't enforceable. You cannot enforce guidance. A regulatory agency enforces regulation. And this has been an issue for decades. If they can, if you don't put it in regulation, it's not enforceable. It has to be California regulation. So there's no way. So it's guidance. It's guidance. They say, well, we recommend this, or this is our guidance. I say, that's fine, but it's not enforceable, and I'll decide if I like it or not. Not in regulation, the law, it's not enforceable.
So I'll turn to that, Christine. If something is enforceable, then guidance is not, and that's problematic. Is there a way for you to deal with that?
I've heard what you said, Pat, and I've written permits and have been regulating for a while because we're exploring possible policies that would be policies that we follow, would be something that we could put out to the public. It would have to go through OAL, and it would obviously not be a regulation, but it would be something that we would adhere to and be held to. That way, the concern that all of you have, where if any one of us left and administration changed, it would still be a policy that would be followed. So we don't know the answer yet, but we are exploring some ideas.
Well, I do want to point out the difference in writing and writing regulation. Permits on a case-by-case basis, and you can modify. That's the whole point of a permit. Is you make individual assessments based on individual unique situations, like an NPDES permit or drinking water permit or air resources board permit for that matter. But there is a law that says permit writers have this authority, and here's the limits of that authority. This is not that situation. You're not writing a permit for labs. You're writing regulation. And
Agreed. I think where I'd like to interject is that we just want to explore different options. We'll definitely run it by ELTAC and the larger community, but we also don't want to discard the 58 modifications because you all worked very hard on those, and we think that investing that time to work with you is very valuable. But I think there's still a lot of conversation that has to be had, and I have confidence that we'll find a solution, but we still have to kind of discuss it internally, talk to our deputy director and executive manager, and I think we can find some sort of solution.
I mean, Dave, that seems like a perfect comment to make at the May 3rd meeting to the state board. I can maybe talk to the panel about adding a sentence or two in there to recognize challenges. But in the end, that's an implementation thing that the board will decide. There's the panel making recommendations.
high level, what they're saying is if you can use those those TMI resources, you're better off to be able to get it done.
Were you guys in Northern California able to hear Steve okay?
Most of it.
Yeah, the audio feed's really pretty bad, Andy.
Okay. You want to stand up and stand closer and just repeat what you said?
So Andy asked me to repeat what I just said in response to Dave. I said, I thought that the comment Dave made was salient, but it may be better addressed to the state board on May 3rd, because it's really more an implementation issue. I'll talk with the panel. Actually, I'll probably email the panel about that concern, just to make sure that they have the opportunity. Maybe they might add a sentence in, but in the end, it's an implementation issue. It's a fair implementation. It should be raised with the state board.
Yes, and I agree. I think that's where they give their ideas and their decisions on policy, and they direct us. So if it's some suggestion you'd like to make, I think everyone should go to the Newsweek meeting. That's a great suggestion.
Andy?
Yeah.
This is Stephen Clark. Whatever Steve Weisberg did to speak into the microphone was superb, and if everybody else can do the same thing, I think we'd probably have less of the cutting in and cutting out.
All right, Steve basically stood up, got between us and the screen, approximately 2 feet from the microphone, spoke loudly and clearly. So we'll have everybody do that. If there may be long pauses, Steve will get up to move.
Thank you.
All right, any questions from Northern California for Steve?
Doesn't look like it.
This is Lee, and I just want to make a comment in regard to what David just said. This is something that we've gone through, and I think Stephen Clark can attest to this, is that, for toxicity testing, there's a guidance document that we follow, aside from the method itself. And it's been creating a lot of confusion, and it's a huge legal issue at the moment. So, if we're going to take that direction, I think it's something that ELAP should really look into, and maybe, get in touch with, legal counsel to see if there are ways for us to implement something like this that's not going to get us into legal issues later on, like what we do now with toxicity.
Okay, any comments from Northern California? All right, hearing none, we will move on to Christine's discussion.
Okay, so what I am here to do now is kind of give you our perspective, and it was nice to hear hot off the press what Steve's conversation was with the panel, and I just kind of want to touch on each one of those. And I think what he was saying was that there were 3 main topics. One with the communications, and I definitely think we could do much better there. And then I agree, confusion about the recommendations would be great. And then also the comments about ELTAC in the 2 chapters. I think that would be great to clarify it. And then also just echo that what the panel said is that I agree that not having those details would hamstring you all, and it would kind of cut you out of the conversation. And I've said this before, we value ELTAC's opinion, and so not having those recommendations, I think is a good decision from the panel. So, moving on, just in general, my perspective is I think that the report is very accurate, and I think it's fair. You all know that they did a comprehensive interview with my staff and looked at all our records, so I think it's extremely accurate, and it captures exactly where the program is right now. And then I'm sure that you read the report. There were a lot of accolades. I just want to echo that too. They worked really hard, and it really is a family atmosphere, which is very different than when it was before. So I just want to give them an attaboy for working really hard to try and get us from being the worst to hopefully the first in the future. And I think it's very clear that we have a long ways to go and that we have still a lot of work. As far as the major recommendations in the report, I'll go over them. We agree. And my management and all the way up the chain has reviewed it, and so they do agree. And so we do have decisions to make, and we'd like to have you all help us make those decisions. So, just to cover them, you all know that we are hurting badly without a proficiency testing database. We have a very archaic records management database, and we are actively pushing to get that all in place with our Division of Information Technology at the board, and so that's a high priority. So we're hanging on, but we hopefully will get that in, I hope by summertime. And then the next recommendation, as you all read, was that they really urged that we adopt the standard right away, and that we only do the essential modifications. But that's still, we still have conversations to have, and that you heard, Steve, that we should do it through clarifying comments and develop an implementation strategy and some sort of guidance document. And again, all of those decisions have not been made yet. And then we do agree that we need some help with the backlog. I think you all saw the numbers in the report. We just don't have the staff and the expertise, and that's one of your biggest complaints, is that we just don't have the technical expertise. So we are looking at third party to address our backlog. So just focusing more on the adoption of the P&I standard, as I just mentioned, we do agree that we should adopt really only the essential modifications. And I agree with the panel that I don't want to be an island. And if there are tools that we can use that already exist and training, I don't want to move away from all of those if we modify the standard. So we agree. And then I agree that all of your modifications, we need to address them somehow. And they're not going to be discarded. We just have to work together to figure that out. And then we agree with the panel that somehow we've got to have a tight implementation plan, some sort of transition plan that gets you all from what you're doing now to the T&I standards, build some sort of very solid bridge. So the next is the implementation options. So as you read in the report, there are different suggestions that they have. So I think a lot of them made sense, where we can have them based on the time of when we want the requirements to be met, type of documentation, requirements in the T&I standard, and as you know in the report, if you put them all together, we're going to get there a lot. So these are some of the things that we're thinking about, and we'd like you to help. What I'd like to propose is that we devote a future meeting to just so we can talk about that later. The next thing is third-party assessors, and I just said, I think, so we just can't assess all the laboratories on our own, and so other states do it. I think we should explore doing this. As you read, or you heard from Steve in the report, that they didn't give us specific recommendations, but again, I'd like for you all to tell us what you think that might look like, based on the situation that we're in right now. And that could be part of that meeting, right, to talk about options that we recommend. But the devil is in the detail, right, on what this third-party assessor model will look like. So we could either contract with some third-party contractors and then let them do business as usual, and you pay the fee, or we can follow the model like other states, where you directly contract with them and you pay for their services and they submit an on-site assessment report. We really want to explore the second option because it's worked successfully in other states, but again, we're still open to listening to what you have to say. So that's kind of the details where they would submit the report to ELAC, and we would retain accreditation decision authority and regulatory authority. We could do enforcement inspections, surveillance inspections, re-inspections, but the routine assessments wouldn't be done by us. It would be done from a third party. And as I said, the details are still not yet decided on. So just some things to think about as we're moving into maybe going into more discussions on this. What's it gonna look like? Which labs are we gonna require to procure a third-party assessor? Which contractors should we accept? You know, there's a lot out there, right? Other states have a long list. And then how does that affect you in the fee structure, right? So it's just a lot of things to discuss. So our vision, short term, is that we will continue to assess labs and try to conduct the full assessments using all of our resources within our regulatory authorities. And obviously, you know, we can do the less complex fields of testing. We have a lot of microbiologists that do the work. We just don't have the staff that know the very sophisticated instruments. And, you know, we could require laboratories to an outside assessment services for the more complex. That is something that's actually in our regulations. It says we can contract. So we have that ability. But the long term, I think for us as a program, I think routine assessments is not something that we want to be at. We want to have a quality program. What's hamstringing us is recruiting the staff, retaining the staff, having the staff to do these routine assessments that are really just not good. Why should we be in that business? We should have a quality program for you that you pay for. So I think the vision is that we would focus on quality inspections, which is the surveillance. Anytime there's a low-hanging fruit laboratory, something that's bad that you all want out of, you know, your community, we should focus on that. But all of that really depends on how well we do in the short term. So another question is selection of a contractor. I just mentioned there's many that we can choose from. We can look at the Florida model. That's something we can all discuss later. And also, just to think about something is the fee structure. It's going to be a big deal, right? Because, we do have a fees discussion later, and we have Ryan Wilson here to help us with because they lead all fee structure and fee adjustment discussions within the board. Some laboratories would have to pay for their contractor for their assessments, and we would need to adjust the fees to pay for that, pay us. So this is, I think all of these topics that we're talking about is a really good jumping point to the fees discussion, to how we're going to address the expert review panel report. So I'm looking forward to the conversations we'll have. So the next step is that we want to look at those, look at the modifications that we can discuss that are non-essential, possibly create some sort of implementation strategy for the labs. Obviously, with your assistance and the larger community, we want to talk about how we're going to tackle the third-party assessments, if that works into our framework, and then the fees. So we've got a lot of work to do. But does anyone have any questions? I would like to introduce Bob Brownwood. He's the Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water. He just stepped in, so he'll be joining us today, just listening in. He is my boss, and so be nice to him.
All right, let's start with any questions from Northern California.
Hi, Christine. This is Stephen Clark. This might not be the meeting, so to address this, but when will we have discussions in regards to a third-party assessment framework? Is that part of today to throw around some questions, or is that going to be put off to a future ELTAC meeting?
I think we can certainly discuss it a little bit today in terms of the fact that Christine has brought it up in this, but my suspicion is that we'll probably want to have it as an agenda item for perhaps the next ELTAC meeting to get into it. Yeah.
I would think that that might be a good idea. I think you can all throw some ideas on the table now, but I'm sure that you want to do a little bit of research, yeah, potentially, just to have a more intelligent conversation, but we can definitely discuss it.
Well, since Andy indicated we can handle a question or two, or a comment or two, I'll take that opportunity to give one. And this is just simply coming from a currently NELAP certified laboratory, so it doesn't address anybody that would be going from ELAP to TNI. A number of laboratories like mine seek out multiple accreditations, not only NELAC, TNI, but also ISO 17025, DOD, potentially FSMO, the FMSO, Field Management Sampling Organization, that is also a TNI work product. And so having the flexibility, if the program goes in this direction, to pick a third-party assessor that can bundle all of that for us and not have to have multiple third-party assessors come out, one to achieve California's accreditation and then one to achieve the others, would be exceptionally beneficial. For example, right now we have a NELAP out of Oregon. Our others are bundled, are going to imminently be bundled in a third-party assessor, and then we have California, and then we have Washington. So it's just, it's onerous. And so having the flexibility to pick, top-notch third-party assessors, well-known organizations and companies that do this for a living, to bundle those would be very helpful, at least to laboratories like mine.
Other questions from Northern California before we move to Southern California? Okay, hearing none. Questions from down here? David.
So, going back to the T&I discussion, which is also on the table here. There's been 6 months ago we voted on this. The majority of the ELTAC voted for what we call the California Plus. This is not a T&I-based approach. There was a 6-6 vote in favor of using T&I, but it was for T&I light. The idea that there would be some lighter version of T&I. And this discussion was again reproduced at the hearing in October at the state board, where this was all discussed. There was a lot of turnout. A lot of people there, of course, were not happy with T&I. But at the end, the board directed staff to move forward with T&I. But the direction, my understanding was T&I light. I believe Steve Moore's phrase was to whittle down T&I to a little more workable size. But here now we're talking about T&I plus, taking the entire T&I standard and then adding 58 things on top of that. So it seems like we moved a completely different direction that we've been talking about for the last several months.
I'm not sure what you mean by adding it on top of it.
Well,
I thought what we're talking about is the 58 items we wanted to change within TNI.
Well, the phrasing I saw here was take TNI and then have modifications on top of that, which doesn't have not necessarily the same thing.
I think we can ask Christine for definition, but my understanding from reading the report and what I think Christine is talking about is that for those 58 items, ELAB, in conjunction with ELTAC, will try to put together guidance documents to make it easier for people to understand what they need to do to comply with those parts of TNI. So it's not adding on to TNI, it's giving people a roadmap of don't really understand what's needed in this particular section. So, here's what we mean by that. So I think I'm still in agreement with Rich that it's not adding on to TNI, but it's trying to clarify to make it easier for people to follow.
I think that you captured it accurately. I think I want to just be very clear. We want to somehow address the modifications. We're not going to discard them. How we do that, we still don't know yet. And again, we can discuss it at that meeting. We might have more information from our internal discussions. And the plan really is to go to the May 3rd meeting and have some sort of preliminary idea of where we might go and see what the board may want to direct us.
Well, I'm going to follow up on that just a bit. A lot of the concerns people have had with TNI are the sheer number of requirements. We made this point a number of times. For my lab, I counted 1,250 additional requirements that are in TNI beyond the methods actually required. That's quite a bit. And when we had looked at the previous experience of New York and Florida, where a lot of labs dropped out of the program because of it, it wasn't because any one provision was bad, it was because the sheer number of provisions was overwhelming. And so that was kind of the idea behind, that's my understanding of what, Board Member Moore was talking about in terms of whittling down, making it a more workable size. This 58 is, if you think about it, just from my lab, 1,250. 58 changes, not removing any standards, just adding additional material to clarify, gives us exactly where we were at the beginning. 1,250 extra things that we have to do to drive a lot of smaller labs out. So it seems, I'm just ignoring the narrower question on the 58. We're still right back where we have all the exact same concerns today with this proposal as we did 6 months ago.
This is Miriam from MWD. I'd like to make 4 comments regarding third-party assessors. The first comment I'd like to talk about is Stephen's previous comment about bundling assessments. If that's the course that laboratories are going to go to, then that will greatly reduce their costs. So why would the ELAP fees change in that regard? That would be my first comment. My second comment would be, we're concerned about shopping for audit results from third-party assessors. So we'd like ELAP to consider that labs may do that and how they would prevent that. The third comment is regarding ELAP auditing complex FOTs. What is the definition of that? And if they are going to receive training in the next 3 years, how do you retain the training if you're not doing regular audits? That might be something that that may be lost if the audits are just done in a sporadic fashion. My fourth comment is regarding validation of third-party auditors. Is the state going to be relying on other states for their lists, or will the state validate who they will choose to be contractors?
Okay, so might have to repeat that last one. But so I have the shopping for audit reports for third-party assessors, is that what the question was? Well, I think just from the contracts that I've seen that the states have had with third-party assessors, they have a contract and it clearly defines the standard and what they expect that third-party assessor would provide for them. So I think that gives you a level of the state, when they contract with the third-party assessor, some level of very clearly defined contracting language of what they expect. So if they choose anyone on the list, they're going to hopefully get the same type of service.
Christine, this is Gail. Can I ask a question about that? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do the other states, is it the state that contracts with the third party, or are you envisioning a program where each laboratory entity would contract with their own third-party assessor?
So it's all different. The states have different ways that they do this, but the one that we are exploring is that we would have a no-cost contract with the third parties, and it just clearly defines what the standard is that they assess to, the time frame that we expect them to do the assessment. It's very clearly laid out, but the cost is incurred by the laboratory. And so you don't have a contract with them. We do, and there are contracts that we can use them for you to choose to have assessment conducted.
Okay, so just coming from public sector, I know when we have to contract for something like that, it's called a service contract, and it goes out, it has to go through a bidding process. So I don't know how that would work. I mean, we decry the results we get sometimes with, the low bid always wins. So
Gail, we have some questions here. So I'm going to actually go straight to Ryan Wilson.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ryan Wilson, the Division of Administrative Services.
Can you guys hear Ryan okay?
And again, primarily, I work on fees and with budgeting and accounting and whatnot, but some things in other divisions in the state that I've worked for in situations like this, they create what's called a pool, and I don't know that actually a contract is in place, but these, in this case, it'd be labs, but, third-party entities could submit SOQs that, which is Statement of Qualifications, which state personnel then sets out and makes sure that they meet certain requirements that need to be met. And then a pool of different businesses will be put up on the state website saying these are the labs that have met the requirements and that you can choose from. And I think a lot of Miriam's questions could be addressed by having a pool of labs. There wouldn't be the opportunity as much to shop around. These would be, labs that are approved by the state to be a third-party assessor. And then also, if somebody that's interested in having the lab be able to do multiple types of assessments, select labs based on the needs of the community as well. So you might, look into creating some sort of pool through the state RFP process.
So that's a really good comment, because it just highlights the fact that there are very many different ways that we can do this, and all of that remains to be seen. So I'm going to do Allison and then Rich next.
Christine, I think we've got a question here in Northern California before you move on to two more, because what was just stated was listing laboratories as approved. And I think what he meant was third-party assessors. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're
Just want to make sure.
Okay, so let's take Allison and then Rich.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that third-party assessors, in order to be recognized, also have to do precisely what ELAP is doing, and they have to pass a bar, a proficiency. And Bruce Godfrey, I believe you put together your recommendations for Christine some time ago on how to identify vetted third-party auditors.
I did, Allison.
So I just want to make sure everybody knows you can't just hang out a shingle and be a third-party auditor.
Yeah, without jumping the queue of people who can make comments, there are ways of identifying third parties that can work. Typically, it's an ILAC recognized ISO 17011 compliant AB. There's about a half a dozen of them in the country right now, and there's more coming in. So these are the kind of guys that do the DoD accreditations. But that's actually a higher bar than what ELAP would be jumping through, because of the way in which ILAC requires compliance to these standards for ABs. So there's a certain amount of kind of like, we could address these points in conversations related to, third parties in the future, when we get into the details of it. But just to address a couple of things while I've got the microphone, what Miriam said, shopping ABs happens. It happens in the DoD world. If you pick a certain AB, they can be a little tougher than others in certain situations, so it does happen. But if we establish criteria where it's really clear what the qualifications of the ABs are, the results of shopping ABs really, like the differences between the ABs, become irrelevant in a lot of ways. Third-party auditor qualifications we've got. How does ELAP maintain assessor accreditation or capabilities? Very good point, Miriam. If we do a lot of third-party accreditations, then you're gonna find there's not gonna be a lot of assessors at ELAP. It's just gonna be a business situation.
Okay, so Bruce, I'll need to cut you off because I want to get Rich to get his comment in.
Well, my comment is related to what I see happening is this becomes a consumer-based system. And so where does responsibility lie in terms of the quality of what we as consumers get? In other words, there's a bunch of options out there for auditors, and while I'd like it to be a perfect world and know that I'm going to get along with each and every one, what happens when I agree to pay these guys thousands of dollars, the guy comes in, I don't get along with him, I don't like him, I don't like my product, where do I go? Is the state going to take on the responsibility of resolving that kind of an issue, or is it resolved with attorneys because it's a consumer-based system?
Yeah, and I think that those comments are really good, and I think through, if it's a contract or, I don't know, a pool, we can address that. But that's a really good comment. So let's take David and then anyone else on the phone in Northern California.
So a couple of comments on this topic, and I should say, in August 2015, this was a whole item before the ERP, we discussed third parties, and I actually gave a presentation there, so if anyone wants to see that. But there's a couple of items here. One is, I would point out, our fees have just doubled in the last 12 months, and we're still not covering audits. So this sounds like our fees are going to go up a whole lot more on top of what they've already gone up. So that's a problem right there to begin with. Additionally, in terms of the pool, that doesn't address the question of us getting a contract. A pool, for Pasadena, even if there's a pool of approved on-site assessors, we still have to go through a bidding process. So the fact that the state has approved these vendors doesn't mean nothing to us. And so we're still going to have to go out and bid and go through that process. And I think a lot of public agencies are. So that doesn't really solve the problem. I think the bigger question, aside from the fees, which I think is a really big issue, is I don't think contracting out solves the problem. The problem is a lack of auditors. Well, are there dozens of out-of-work third-party auditors waiting to line up to review 700 plants in California? I don't think so. I think all we're doing is shifting the problem from ELAP not being able to find auditors, enough auditors with the right qualifications, to the private sector. Now, I've worked in the private sector, I've worked in the public sector, I've worked as a contractor for the private sector. Contracting out doesn't solve your problem. It just changes where the problem occurs. And so all the problems we have right now with auditors being consistent, with auditors not necessarily being professional, simply moves from a problem of me supervising someone who's not doing their job properly to me managing a contract with someone who's not doing their job properly. That's still the same problem. It's just a different medium through which, the problems are resolved or not resolved. And so that's, I think, the bigger issue. I don't think contracting out solves the underlying problem of lack of efficiency under added training.
Do you have comments? Because I want to go back to Miriam, but then I'd like to call on Steve to say something. Steve Weisberg?
So Dave, I wanted to respond to that because that was one of the comments that the panel received, and they spent at least 20 minutes yesterday talking about that specifically. And their thought process is diametrically opposed to yours. They consciously, this is a point of discussion. They felt like, they felt like the state has, in a sense, proven, because it had 16 months since the last time, it's proven it's incapable of attracting the right kinds of people. And so they actually spent time talking with their management about their process for attracting people, process for setting salaries, their processes for training, and they just concluded that it didn't solve any kind of short-term process without a massive rewrite of how the state goes about its hiring. They also talked about, is there enough in the terms of capacity to come in and do that? If the program stopped doing everything today, probably not, but they're not envisioning that this is going to be something where every lab goes and the state drops out. What they're envisioning is, again, I don't want to put this as guidance because they want to give flexibility, but what they were envisioning in their conversations is that there's a whole bunch of higher end things that the state is not able to cover. more simple things. And so the smaller labs, the ones that probably would be the most problematic in terms of contracting and things like that, would probably continue to be done by the state. Whereas labs that have a lot of higher-end analyses that they don't have the expertise to do within the state would be the ones they start with over time. If you all at the program felt that this was working, then you would be free then to expand it over time. But that would be, in a sense, a continued conversation. Now, that having been said, I just wanted to alert you to the panel did specifically talk about this. On the other hand, I will also say the panel is not the decision-making. The panel is simply a recommendation. I think it's a very fair comment for you to bring up on May 3rd, because ultimately the state board will have to figure out whether they want to move in this direction. And I'm sure you'll have to do, I'm sure that would be part of your presentation.
Correct.
So you should have that discussion at the state board level.
Yes. So let's go back to anyone in Northern California that has a comment. I don't want to leave you all out. Do you have any comments on this topic before we move on to the next question?
Yes, this is Mindy. I have a couple different comments. The first one on the third-party assessors. I see it working for the small number of labs that we have that are already NELAC certified, as far as going out, finding one, and trying to do it all at one time. I would say for the majority, I mean, what is that, like 50 of our 700 labs that are NELAC certified, if even that?
50 or 60.
Yeah. For the rest of the labs, to me, that is going to be an added burden onto the lab or the public system or, whoever to have to do an additional contract, try to set that up to where I think we're way better off having ELAP be in charge of that contract, that they have who's there and they just assign them to go do it, and not put the burden onto those small labs that already don't have time to do all of these new requirements. I mean, we're going to have labs shut down out of this. I mean, if anybody is trying to say that we're not, they're just not right. The other thing that I have is on this third-party assessors right now, what standard would they be going out to assess to? We don't have a set standard, or, we have our current standard, but third-party assessors haven't been used for our current standard. So what are they going to be going out to assess to right now? Or are we talking about this 3-5 years down the road when we have a new standard in place and that's what they're going to be, holding labs accountable to? I think we need to look at that. And then the last question that I had was actually one that just got texted into me is, Christine, are you still accepting proposed modifications to the T&I standard? Because at the ERP review in January, you said you still wanted people, if they had ideas about modifications, to be sending in to you. But now you're saying, okay, we're addressing these 58 so that you're not still looking at other possibilities. Is that still an open email address where you are considering any additional modifications, or do you feel that that's completely done?
We're always accepting comments from the public. We'll never not stop. And so we have that email comment address for ELAC, ELACCA_comments. So please send them. We just focused on the 58 that were gathered through ELTAC and then their constituents. So, but we're always accepting comments. We won't stop until it's likely before we have our workshop when we release the language, our draft language.
Okay, thank you. And I actually just thought of one other thing before we go on to somebody else. And now it just left me. Okay, never mind, somebody else. I'm sorry.
Flutter around, grab it.
It is. It was just there.
Probably move on in the interest of time. So her last question was, what do we mean by complex FOTs? So what we mean is we used to have a list where we charge fees for ELAC, for NELAC, or T&I assessments, and it would be those FOTs that were listed as complex and sophisticated instruments. And I'm going to pitch it over to Marianne to talk about specifically which ones those are. And we don't have the staff to do those, and we're having difficulty recruiting them. We have only one, and that person crisscrosses the state. And so when you think about the number of labs that have those FOTs on their remember what those SOTs are?
Yes. So, as Christine mentioned.
Can you guys hear Miriam?
So as Christine mentioned, ELAP in the past has used the complexity criteria for fees for the NELAC previous assessment. And so they identified methods on complexity-based medium, high, and low. And for all the FOTs, for the matrices, Safe Drinking Water Act, the medium complexity were for microbiology of drinking water, inorganic chemistry, toxic chemical elements, and then the high complexity were volatile organic chemistry and semi-volatile organic chemistry, and radiochemistry was also a medium in that. But and the same way it goes for Clean Water Act, microbiology was medium, inorganic chemistry was medium, toxic chemicals were medium, and volatile organic and semi-volatile organic were high complexity. All effluent toxicity was high as well, and that chemistry medium. But I am having second thoughts on these, and I think that some of these can be redefined as technologies have changed, and we need to revisit that. And I'd be happy to consult with ELTAC on reclassing these. I feel that what the definition
But I think the bottom line is that when we have a lab and we have a list of labs that are renewing their applications, our pool of staff to go out, we don't have it. So that's what we need. We just don't have the staff that are trained and educated that I would like to come out to your lab and do the assessment. So that is the bottom line in this.
I have a question up here in Northern California.
Yes.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so I grasp the desire or the need under the current paradigm of ELAP not having sufficient staff or sufficiently knowledgeable staff in auditing to classify FOTs via complexity. But if the program is going to shift away from internal audits for potentially a good number of laboratories, if not all in the long term, which was on the slides, to external audits provided by third-party accrediting bodies, then why would we want to today be discussing fee-based structures that quantify the fees based upon the complexity of FOTs? Because the third-party auditors would come in and have the knowledge of those FOTs. So I'm not sure how to resolve this, because we're going to be discussing setting fees today based upon potentially FOT complexity. But you go to third-party accrediting bodies, I don't think that applies anymore.
Good observation.
Yeah, that's a good observation, but I think maybe Mary Ann just misspoke. I think we were just giving you context of our ideas and in the past how ELAB has had complexity levels. But it goes back to essentially we just don't have the trained staff, qualified staff with the experience on the bench that can do these what we see as complex FOTs.
Thank you.
So David has one last comment.
So, at the ERP hearing, you gave some slides about the frequency with which on-site assessments would occur. He indicated that for non-TNI drinking water labs, it'd be every 3 years, and for non-TNI, everything else, non-drinking water, be an indeterminate frequency.
Yeah, so I can clarify that.
Okay.
So in the expert review panel meeting, I made a presentation just to kind of give everybody context on why we are determined to have a backlog, right? So in order for us to tell you what our backlog is, you need to know what the requirements are. So everybody here knows that drinking water labs are required to be at least years through the USCTA drinking water manual. That's not in our regulations. What our regulations have in it is that we have to assess all labs every 2 years to renew their application. So by doing that, we address sufficiently US EPA's requirement. For non-drinking water, it is the same, so I made an erroneous statement. We're required to assess non-drinking water labs every 2 years. We would like to get to all of them. We just have a backlog and we don't have the staff.
I mean, those are two different statements. One is we don't have enough staff to meet our requirements, and yeah, I think we all understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we'll leave that for time being. We're coming back to fees later, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A question from Northern California. This is Gail. This is for Christine.
Sure.
Is it possible to have interagency agreements with other agencies? How does this work? That might have the expertise?
Yeah, we can explore that. If you have some ideas, I think at the next meeting when we get down into talking all about the details, maybe you can bring in some ideas for us.
I should warn them first.
Okay. Steve Iceberg has one last comment, and then I'm going to leave it up to Annie to decide that we should move on.
It was actually a question, Dave,
I didn't say it was an error. I wanted clarification on what it said. Okay. Sounded like it was indeterminate how frequent non-TNI, non-drinking water labs be. And she's clarifying the regulations.
All different matters.
All right, any other questions?
Since it relates to fees, I think that some incentive for the larger labs to move to a full TNI standard would be reasonable, and I think the best place to put that would be in giving larger labs the incentive to do that TNI, to get the external outside auditors to come in, which would relieve the burden from the state and let you focus more on the smaller labs and help with California standard, not the full TNI. So I just wanted to lay that comment out there when we talk about fees later, to bring that back into the comment.
And I think that by having Ryan Wilson here, he can give you more information on just the flexibility that the board has in general in fee structures, with emergency regulations, that the passage of that. So it's good that he's here.
Okay, any other questions in response to the specific presentation here?
Just one more quick one, sorry. I'm slightly confused in terms of what you're presenting. So let's say I'm a lab who does some of the easy stuff and some of the hard stuff. Is ELAP going to come out and audit just the low-level stuff, and then I'm going to hire an auditor to come do the higher-level stuff? Or am I hiring an auditor to come in and do the whole thing because I got to hire him anyway?
Good question. I don't know. Maybe we could do that.
Rich, my comment would be, as a lab, this is Stephen Clark, that goes through these audits from different organizations, you need another audit like you need another hole in the head. And so having
I hear you, Steve.
getting it done once comprehensively is the most effective way for laboratories to do business, whether they be a state lab, private sector lab, or municipal lab.
Is the intent then to assess an additional fee for auditing so that if we're all paying our fees and some of that money is going to audit just the labs that only have low-level stuff, then we're paying for their audits, but nobody's paying for ours?
That's an issue.
That, there are two options. One is a credit goes back to the lab, or other option is to say.
Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah. Seems to me there are two directions one can go in response to Rich's question. One is a credit for labs that use a third-party auditor, and the other option is to say, okay, let's instead separate auditing fees and charge an auditing fee ELAP. And those are all things that during the course of workshops on fees and Christine deciding which direction they want to go, with help from us, help decide which way it should go. I think, speaking as a laboratory that pays the fees, what I'm looking for is something that I think is fair and equitable. And I suspect everybody who's part of ELTAC feels the same way. And in an ideal world, it would be a lot cheaper. But it won't be.
But we're going to talk about this afternoon, right?
Right, yeah.
Well, you still need to pay for administration of the PT program, the managing of the PT results, and also the certification program itself. Somebody has to manage whether or not you did third party, whether or not you did internal. So, everybody still has to pay some fees for the program.
That would be the base fee.
And Christine, this is Stephen Clark. I have one additional question for you as it relates to auditors.
Go ahead.
Excellent. So my understanding is that ELAP, as CDPH did, has the framework for auditing laboratories for routine accreditation. But then there's also the framework for auditing laboratories when there are expressed concerns from regulatory agencies or others. So what is your agency's plan to deal with the latter, given your concern about insufficiently trained staff or just an insufficient number of staff?
So I don't really understand the question.
Okay, let me restate it then. I'm aware from the past that the accrediting authority in our state has gone to laboratories and audited them out of concerns of the quality of the work from those labs expressed by state agencies. And so a spot audit, you roll in, they don't expect you're coming, and you pull particular records and you audit them. What are you going to do are you still doing that, one, which I think you should be, and two, how are you going to do that if you don't have the capable staff to do the audits?
Okay, good question. So we do that now, and the only staff that do that, because we have separation of duties and functions. Mary staff, they're specific enforcement staff, specifically trained to detect red flags, fraud. Anytime there's a complaint referral, they know how to investigate. And so we do that now. They are separate from the routine assessors that are on our operations side. So you have that wall between them, and Miriam works very closely on every case referral with the Office of Enforcement. So you have that separation. And then in the future, it would always be Miriam staff. A routine assessor will, if they go on site, they right now in their SOP should have the capability to see red flags. We have a list of things that if they walk in the door and it's a shamble, they just walk right out. They don't go in there. They refer it directly to Miriam's enforcement staff. So that's how it operates now. So Miriam has a question about that.
This is Miriam from MWD. I just have a follow-up question. Do the staff, Miriam staff, are they qualified to do complex audits?
Yes. They are. They're all drinking water COs, and then they have advanced fraud abuse fraud training from US EPA and from other organizations. They even have training from other state fraud lab accreditation sections.
Okay, so let me try to summarize from the questions that have come up so we can be thinking in terms of future ELTAC meetings. I think the vast majority of the questions that came up dealt with this whole issue of third-party assessors and how it works, which I think we're all in agreement ties in very closely to fee structure. So I think we've certainly got a major agenda item for probably the next ELTAC meeting. I didn't actually hear as much questions coming into Christine regarding implementation for the standards, but my own sense is that certainly from all the past meetings we had, that's another major topic.
So it will also feed into that implementation is the fact that we're having listening sessions, and we want to get the broader community's thoughts on how they need to transition over and what tools they need, And so we'll have those that can feed into the conversation.
Okay. All right. Any other last questions for Christine? All right, I'm going to suggest that we flip our order a little bit. We have a little bit of time before lunch, and maybe we can go through the DELAPO report.
Sure. Okay, so at every meeting, I have a report out on ELAP and what we've been up to. So I think you all just got, it's not on here, the newsletter. So we've been wanting to release that for some time, so hopefully you all got that. That's one nice accomplishment that we made. And we do know we need to get those out regularly. And thank you, Allison, for the article in there. And I just want to open up an offer to any one of you to throw down your next article for the next ELTAC, for the next ELAP newsletter. Okay, so our training contract has been awarded, and so the winning firm is Dave Moeller. And so there are several contractors that are pulled together. Dave Moeller is the primary contractor. They pull together that win project, big contract, and that they're going to do compliance assessments and at the same time staff the compliance assessments. So we expect the training assessments to begin this summer. Okay, and then the next thing, it's not an accomplishment, but kind of sad news. I think we lost Gilda Neshvad. She resigned, and she submitted her resignation letter a couple weeks ago because she fills that niche for hazardous waste laboratory specialties, and so we will be calling for nominations. So that's what I have on that. But I did just want to say that one reason that she left is because she felt that there was too much work and not enough benefit from it. And so that reason for leaving. So I just want to let you all know that we really appreciate the work that you do. You don't get paid. We were only supposed to meet once a year, but you've already met 7, 8 advice and assistance. And that's it.
Christine, this is Stephen Clark. In terms of seeking out nominations, given that you have FOTs for laboratories in your database system, I'd encourage you, instead of just posting on a website or whatever is the framework you were planning, to actually email all those laboratories that are accredited for the hazardous waste protocol for the opening.
That's a really good suggestion. We're going to take that. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Okay. Since the DELAPO report didn't take very long, and it's still only 11:30, also changing the agenda. Have Marion,
Go ahead. We're doing, if I understand now, we do have qualified staff with enforcement. And we're going to be able to do all this training for staff right now. So at the end of that, shouldn't we have now a pool of internal people who are well trained, capable?
That's just for drinking water. The contract is simply for drinking water, and then the number of staff is not sufficient. So even if you, and remember, it's not just the technical, it's everything. It's communication, it's how to auditing skills. So it's to be the well-rounded assessor and auditor that they should be. So there's, and it is definitely limited to drinking water.
Yeah, but I mean, how different is 625 from 525? From 1625 from 8270? I mean, GC, incursion trap. The methods are not fundamentally different in any really profound way. There's differences in detail, certainly. But at the end of the day, it's showing up and knowing that that capillary column ought to be connected at both ends. That there ought to be a capillary column, and you probably shouldn't be using a patch column. So that's going to be the same all the way across. Yeah, that's just my observation.
So the only comment that I would make is that you can't make our aquatic toxicity bioassay specialist and organic chemistry expert. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. We have some folks that have just that education, and that's the pool of staff that we have, and so.
No, and I wouldn't want to see Bob doing anything other than that.
So, but you know.
I understand your point, but
Yeah.
the point is, if you have someone who's trained on 5 people, do not that far stretch to go to 65, 16, 25, 87. That's all.
All right, is everybody okay with my suggestion that we have, sure, we're going to talk about ELTAC, trying to figure out what slide that's going to be, you say that?
We can't hear your suggestion, Andy.
Oh, I'm suggesting that Miriam go ahead and talk about the MUR before lunch. So that's slide 35.
So, a lot of calls with method update rules, and how it would impact ELAP field lab testing updates, as well as implementation by the laboratories. So I thought that providing a status is going to be helpful. So because the method update rules has not been published in the Federal Register, in effect. So we don't really implement it. MUR was signed in December before the new administration transition. Now that the transition has occurred and US EPA is holding all the regulations for review on how them. So with that, we don't know what the future, when in future is going to be approved. For that reason, we cannot implement. So when and if it's published, then what will happen? We cannot, even then, we cannot immediately update our FOTs. There are a few things that need to occur before that, and that has to do with the state's plan to implement it. Federal regulations or EPA delegates the implementation timeline to the states because they realize that there is going to be a timeline for them to change policies, permits, or any regulations that requires implementation. So we have to wait for that to occur, and then also the agency partners have to request that formally to us, that they are going to be implementing at this time frame, and we need to add that to our field lab testing, the methods that are required or any other permit. And then ELAB at that point has to build capacity to do that, meaning that we have to review the methods, we have to the checklists that are going to, laboratory is going to be audited to, and we have to assess training, the needs of the method, and so on. And then once that all of that has been done, then the field lab testing can be updated and the community can be notified. So, and again, all of these tasks take time and is not going to happen soon. So I don't want to really get into what MUR is going to do, but just to highlight 3 areas that are going to affect the field of testing, and also it's going to affect the community, laboratory community. There is going to be changes in the process for alternate test procedure. There is some ambiguity and some errors that happen there, and I will talk about that in more detail in the next slide. But that process for review of alternate test procedures is going to change. And then there's going to be changes with method detection limit procedures, the laboratories, which also I will talk about more in the next slide. And then there's going to be updates of various methods, those methods that were revised or are new in ASTM methods, in standard methods, also those methods that were under alternate test procedure reviews and were approved all of that is going to be promulgated in the MER. So, process that is going to change with alternate test procedure has to do with a few things, few details that needed correction. One was an error that occurred in terms of the roles of the so right now the current language suggests that states or permitting authorities approve alternate procedures, which is not the intent of the rule. That was really each state's responsibility. And there are currently in the state implementation plans and in permits that executive director of the regional boards, for example, has the authority to approve methods. But that's clearly not true. So this is being corrected that the coordinator, regional coordinator of has the authority to review the ATPs, and then they can coordinate with the EPA, and then they can get a method approved. So all of that is being taken care of, and U.S. EPA has the sole responsibility of approving national methods.
I'm sorry, David here. I'm not sure I understood the question. The term is the executive officer of the regional board.
Yes.
Are you saying they don't have authority?
They don't have authority. Even though it's right now it's stated in the language that they do, that was an error. It was a typo error that gave authority to regional administrators.
But remember, the MIU is not an
Yeah.
Actually, right now, they do still have authority.
Yeah,
Right, that's what I'm stuck.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation like 100 times. But
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, this is Renee in Northern California, and Miriam, I'm not I just wanted to actually clarify, there was some really confusing, as you have explained. The regional, I just want to point out, in 136.5, the regional ATP coordinator is specifically US EPA. The state boards do not have regional ATP coordinators. And as Miriam said, in the basin plan and other documents, there are, in addition to 136, there are also SW 846 methodologies and Clean Water Act, or excuse me, not Clean Water Act as well, but Safe Drinking Water Act, other different federal measures that the EOs at the regional boards can approve. However, for US EPA methods, only EPA can approve or alter their own methods. So we've had difficulty in the past with this. Clearly, that language was put in the basin plans without clear understanding of EPA actually had ultimate oversight over modifying any of their own methodologies. And so in 2012, when this language mistake occurred, it really played havoc with things. And so the regional boards still thought that they retained authority over approving an ATP. And clearly that isn't the case, and that's what the MUR sought to change. So it's only it's only US EPA, and the regional ATP coordinators exist at the 10 regional EPA offices.
Okay, so Renee, I have a question. So that does not impact if a particular regional board wants to add something to a 303 listing or anything like that. They want to add something additional to a permit for a permittee, right?
No, exactly. Yes, no,
Okay.
it does not impact. This is strictly the methodologies, if they are EPA-approved methodologies only.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, Miriam.
Dave, I want to follow up on that. So if a executive officer for a regional board directs staff to include a method that's not an EPA method at all, they still have authority to do that.
Right, correct. Just pointing out that only EPA has the authority to modify the procedures they developed. Thanks, Miriam.
Yes. So, and also, as part of the process, there are streamlining this review process for the alternate test procedures, and they want to shorten that time frame. So any type of modifications that there is questions, methods, can be directed to the lab director, or it can be directed to the regional coordinator before that determination is made. So that will shorten the review process. And then the last part is the revised MDL procedures. And this particular one has to do with flexibility, providing a lot of taking care of the contamination in the laboratories, and also intra-laboratory variations for the day-to-day operations. And currently, you have to do it once per year, but they're going to require quarterly analysis, and that's a big one. And also using the blanks in the study. So
That's going to raise limits.
we don't know. Again, this is not in effect, so we are not going to implement it. We're not going to audit to that. And this requirement also satisfies the TNI standard for MDL studies. So 2016, yes. So they're all on hold. We don't know when we are going to implement it. So there is still time. Yes.
I have a question. Is the 20, I mean, maybe I didn't read it, but is the 2016 TNI standard different from what's currently the MDL procedure?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 2016 standard essentially is already doing what the MUR had proposed.
There was a coordination effort.
That coordination is now broken. Thanks to 45.
Although, Andy, didn't they say at the ERP meeting that the 2016 TNI would have to be updated to 2017 based off of some of the stuff in the new MUR?
All that.
Laura and I believe Jerry Parr said that there would be a updated 2017 TNI at the ERP meeting due to, I thought they said it was due to changes from the MUR, but they said that there were definitely going to be an update to the 2016, that was not going to be the final version, even though that's what we're adopting as far as the state of California.
Right, but I don't think the changes that they were talking about were in response to the MUR.
Okay, I must have
They did
misunderstood
say
that.
There were some minor updates.
Yeah, minor.
Absolutely, administrative update.
So to clarify, because the state is adopting the 2016 TNI standard, even though the EPA is not going to approve this MDL procedure anytime soon, we're still going to be audited to that standard because it's a more stringent way to do the MDL. Is that correct?
No.
Miriam just said.
No, because I think in the 2016 TNI, there's an option that refers to a specific procedure on how to conduct MDL study that's listed in CFR 40.146. So, if we implement 2016 TNI, it is, you still have an option to go with what's written in CFR 40.136. And if the MUR has been approved, you're still going to have to defer back to the current procedure. Or the other option would be for us to adopt what's listed in the 2016 TNI. So there are two options.
Still compliant.
Exactly.
Doesn't the TNI standard say that if there is a more stringent option, that the lab is required to use that option, though, in general?
You're referring to that,
Yeah, that's my understanding of the standard, like the requirements of the standard.
I would say yes, according to that. But I don't know even the states are implementing that yet.
Right, I think only California would be, right? but it's not even been approved yet. So
That's what I'm not certain yet, because like I said, EPA delegates that authority. They haven't incorporated that into basin plans and any other big implementation plans, then no idea.
So are we gonna get a clear, like, idea, like something in the regulation? Let us know it's an optional thing, or if, like we said, or is it gonna be, well, an auditor is gonna come and, not optional because you are not doing the more stringent.
No, it doesn't say stringent. It's in module 4, section 1.5.2. 3 says if a mandated test method or applicable regulation. For example, in 300.1, specifies how you do the method. It doesn't say anything about more stringent or less stringent.
I thought it was just a general requirement. Yeah, the one that.
Several requirements under 130.
I think I'm talking about, I mean, I'm not an expert in P&I maybe, and there something in P&I that says that if there is something more stringent out there,
I think that's specific, certain line items in there. Blanket statement across the whole TNI.
It still doesn't apply to MD.
And I would also argue that I can't even say that the new MDL procedure is more stringent than the previous MDL procedure. It solves some of the issues. It requires more work. It's just a different way of interpreting MDL or carry MDL procedure. So, I mean, I can't really say that that's what we try to key on. I do have a comment, though, for Marion, a quick comment. Question, actually. So you're saying that the agency needs to request that ELAB accredit laboratories for the updated method before we can implement it? But that's usually not my experience because, you know, I've looked at a lot of the NPDES permits, and it doesn't say that. It would just say, well, you know, you're going to use a method that is approved, that is in CFR 40.136. It doesn't say that, well, you know, you have to go to ELAB for that. So basically, if a laboratory decides that they wanted to meet certain requirements from NPDES permit, and they want to go to CFR 40.136, and if the MUI language on those methods will be available in there, and they want to use those methods, I don't think they need to go to their permitting authority and ask for permission to do that.
No, that's what I think.
That's a different thing.
Partners, when there is new requirements or using methodology for analysis, wastewater, they will contact us. Requires our permit.
Can the speakers please get closer to the microphones? We're missing you guys.
So, in case of methods that are being updated under certain regulations, the agency partners will submit a formal request to ELAB that these methods are going to be used for regulatory purposes, and we need to offer those in our field lab testings, and then we will update our field lab testing with those methods. Not that the laboratories will come to us, no.
So if I could make a comment on that. So this is like a true paradigm shift for the agencies, right? They need to understand what their data quality objectives are, what methods get to whatever detection limit they need to. So they are participating in data quality now, not just, you know, ELAB, put any method in there because, you know, X laboratory says, hey, I want this method. The other guy doesn't have it. So it's truly within from what I think, the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Act is for regulatory purpose, and that's what our offerings are.
That's good. Okay, any other questions? Northern California?
We have a question from the public.
Ask questions and we can.
So we'll be right here.
Hi, this is Raji Subramanian from City of Roseville. My question to Miriam is, you did talk about the MDLs being needed to be done quarterly once the MUR gets published. But is there a time frame once it gets published? What is the time gap before which you start requiring us to do it?
It says in the regs 30 days, doesn't it?
I think that, again, once it goes in effect, then the state programs have to require that. And then,
Well, someone's going to have to adopt the MUR into
yes,
California regs.
it has to go in a regulation, I guess, or in a state implementation plan, for example, that new changes are going to be in effect, right? So then ELAC will incorporate that as part of their audit. I mean, it's not going to be difficult. There is no training need in that respect. We can just audit to that. So that will exactly the time frame, how long it would take us for that. But there is, it's not going to be done overnight. That's for sure.
Well, I'm sorry. For example, the revised total coliform rule has been approved by the federal government. It hasn't been approved by the state government. So the state drinking water program is not enforcing the revised total coliform rule. USDP Region 9 in San Francisco is. So if anyone violates the revised total coliform rule, you will get a notice of violation from San Francisco, and that's Sacramento. And so the same thing would have to happen here. These agencies would have to adopt the MUR, probably by reference.
Yes.
And then they can start including that requirement in individual permits or things like that. But the other thing to consider is not every method requires the use of the MDL. And point 1, for example, requires you to do it every 6 months, 3 months, every 3 months. But other methods don't require MDLs at all. So it's going to be it's also on a method by method basis. So if the method doesn't require an MDL determination, the MUR wouldn't apply.
That didn't answer your question.
No, I guess not. Thank you.
Right.
Because nobody knows yet, so
No.
I guess I'm okay.
Yeah.
If you don't know, it can't be immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Clock, and we'll discuss that small issue of fees.
Andy, can I ask one more question before we break for lunch?
You can.
Well, we didn't hear you guys talking when you said you were going to break for lunch. Sorry. I was looking at, with having our opening on ELTAC and filling that, it made me think to double check in our bylaws, and I'm not at all volunteering for this role, but I believe we need to elect a new chairperson because our bylaws say that role is only a 1-year assignment. So.
We had
Just to think about that.
1st of October of 2017.
Just an uprising?
I think that, so if you recall, we started off track on the calendar and we said that he would serve until October of this year.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't in violation of anything. So thank you.
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't that you didn't like me, maybe.
No, not at all.
All right, so we will reconvene now.
We didn't hear your time, so as far as we know, that might be 5 p.m.
1 p.m.?
Okay.
I'm going to put you all on mute here.
And maybe if we could all try to be downstairs 5 minutes before 1 to come on up then.
Reconvene the meeting. Steve, that stop talking about private bars.
Yeah, he's talking to you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I can hear you talking about
They're listening to
All right, so we are going to move forward to talk about fees. Actually, Ryan will lead this off, and then I've got a presentation and a spreadsheet. play with a little bit.
So we played switcheroo on you, so I'm gonna lead presentation and jump whenever we need to.
Okay, I
Okay.
stand corrected, as long as the minutes reflect that it's Christine, not Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome back from lunch, everybody. So this topic is the hardest topic probably ever have.
Standard with stuff.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, so, so just a little bit of background. The Division of Administrative Services heads up all fee regulations, fee adjustments, fee structure efforts within the board. And so our lead for us will be, and he's here today, and so he can jump in and talk if I say anything wrong or if he needs to make clarifying statements. He's also here to answer any questions that you have. So what we are going to do with fees and is propose a stakeholder work group. So I know that we've had some discussions before here in ELTAC about the fees, and we thank you for those. But what we want to do is conform to really how the board works, and so it's led by the Division of Administrative Services fee branch. And what they'll do is they will solicit volunteers to be part of this work group. Do you want to maybe talk about how it works and how it has worked in?
So I think the example that I discussed with Christine in regard to the work group is what we have done recently with our drinking water fees. And the concept here of the work group is to put together a group that is representative of the entire community, yet all enough to work efficiently and smoothly together to come up with new fee schedules. Because we've heard from the lab community, there has been expressed interest in developing a new fee structure for ELAB, which we've already talked about a little bit this morning. And so the goal is to sit down at the table and come up with some ways to do that, and different scenarios and possibilities. The idea too is to we want to create something. The word this morning, equitable, was mentioned in a fee schedule. That's one of the reasons for having a representative work group is what's equitable to one person may not look equitable to someone else. And so the idea is to get together and hash those things out and hopefully reach something that's amiable for all parties. But we also want something that, is a sustainable fee schedule and that's scalable, meaning that, it sounds like this program that there's a lot of different changes coming down the pipeline, and it remains to be determined, the third party assessments and other possibilities that could have fee impacts. So the idea here is to develop something that is scalable, so that as we move forward, if adjustments need to be made, that we don't have to sit down and develop an entire new fee schedule every time there's change to whether it be the program or how those assessments are done. So, there's a lot of factors to consider. And idea, is as I was mentioning to one of the members here as we were chatting, just a casual sidebar at lunch, that, with any program, I know there's been large fee increases here with that, but on a more normal basis, there are the annual increases that any business has, such as retirement and healthcare. So the idea is to sit down and put together that scalable, and that we don't have to, the core structure of the whatever fee process that we come up with is something that, doesn't have to be revisited every year, that we can make minor adjustments here and there. And as the program and the ELTAC committee moves forward with determining, how the ELAB program is going to look in the future, that we can adapt that fee schedule to fit on whatever model has come up with. So the idea is to, like I said, to put together a representative sample. My email address is in the slides. So the request would be that anyone who is interested in participating in a work group reach out to me and indicate your interest, and then we will sit down. Depending on how many people volunteer, we may pare it down, or we may start volunteering people to jump in and participate and make requests. Because again, the idea is to make sure that we have as representative of a sample as we can get, so that everybody has a voice at the table.
Yeah. And so I would like to add that you're subject to Bagley King with this work group. So depending on the makeup of the volunteers, we'll just make sure that we more than a quorum to be on this work group.
For an observation at this point. This is an issue that's sort of ongoing, is that about a quarter of the land of the ELAP president have one person or fewer staff, maybe another 25 staff number 2 or fewer. My lab is 4 people, and we're one of the bigger labs. It's going to be really hard to get representatives from those very, very small labs who make up the majority of labs to be involved in this, both because of their own time limitations, and also maybe they don't necessarily have any sort of skills as part of their, their training. Just keep that in mind.
Ryan, do you have a sense of how large a group is optimum?
I would say off the top of my head, somewhere between, 8 and 12-ish. You get too big, you get too many voices in the room, it'll unwieldy. And that challenge with those smaller labs, we do fear that with the drinking water. There was actually they have a representative for their community from the smaller water systems. So I don't know if anything like that exists for ELAP, where there's some sort of committee or representation.
We could help with that, find someone, but I think you also mentioned that you're willing to travel too, to these small labs and have the work groups there, and if it's over the phone, then anyone from a small lab or represents a small lab
we can
can participate.
or try to do what we can to reach out to people that are interested in participating.
Well, it's not entirely an access issue, it's also
No, I hear you.
I once ran a one-person lab, and I was pretty good at running a lab. You would ask me about fees of time. I don't know. I'm just pulling sewage out of the line. So you're not going to, probably you're going to have a hard time getting people who are going to have really informed opinions from that community as well.
This is Stephen up north. When I have a question when there's an opportunity.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I think what I heard said earlier by Christine was that the committee or the work group would have to comply with Bagley-Keene. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I believe that Ryan indicating, or there was some discussion about, for the small labs, maybe have a meeting at their facility or something like that. If they need to comply with Bagley-Keene, I think they'd also have to comply with the open meeting requirements, right? So you can't just hold a little small meeting in a huddle with some folks.
I'm going to jump in just to clarify. The work group is not subject to Bagley-Keene, but you all are. So if you wanted to participate, then there would be a limit.
Okay.
It's not created by a law or by you all, so we don't have the same challenges that you all have faced in your meeting. So
perfect.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Kate, and I'm sorry if I misspoke. So you all are subject to Bagley-Keene, and it's created through the Division of Administrative Services.
So essentially, therefore, at present time, until we have a replacement for Gilda, we could have no more than 5 people from ELTAC.
Right. 5.
Why 5?
Because we're less than a quorum.
There's still 13
Well, it's
people.
5. It's like 5.5, 6.5, right? One less than her.
Right.
5.5.
13.
Yeah, I used the word
This
quorum.
is like 6 is still the quorum.
But I think what we need to focus on is who the members are. If it is from ELTAC, I think,
Okay, that's fine.
it should represent, and if it happens to meet that number, whatever number that is that we've decided on as a quorum, then we just can't go over.
I think at one of our LTAC meetings, probably back in like last April or May, when we first even talked about fees, we even had a few people that said that they would be on a fees subcommittee, which I'm guessing this is different, but I know there were some people that had already expressed an interest in being involved in that also. So I don't know if that's in the minutes or not, but I'm assuming those people would step up again.
And we'll look at the minutes and see who they were to remind them if they forgot. I forgot.
This is Allison. I know of one of them was me, one of them was also Gilda.
So maybe she'll volunteer to participate.
Can't quite escape the LTAC.
Yeah, you can check out, but you cannot leave.
That's right.
Okay, in the next slide, I just want to cover just the topic. Now, SWRCB wants flexibility. Passage 8. And it made changes to the fee language. It requires, that.
Christine, you're breaking up.
Okay, flexibility. Can you hear me?
We just twisted the microphone by 6.
Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay, okay. So I just wanted to talk about the topic of having flexibility here in the program, and with the passing of Senate Bill 839, it made changes to the fee language, and it gives the board flexibility in adjusting fees and assessing fees, and it's done annually, right? And so I just kind of want to go back to what Ryan said earlier, is that, yeah, you don't want to go back annually to change the fee structure, but you want to go back annually to revisit the program's budget, to revisit, if you're getting the revenue that you need to support the program. So annually that happens through the emergency fee regulations, and as Ryan mentioned, it's consistent with all the other water board programs. This is what they all do. So I wanted to mention that. And then I wanted to kind of clarify something that was removed in the language of our statute. And it removes the outdated field of testing list. We were just tied to that field of testing, and even ELAP itself didn't even follow the field of testings that were in the statute. And if you looked at the old field of testing list, the numbers didn't even match, which was illegal and should not have been done. But it was removed just to give the program that flexibility to go back every year when the fee branch and the Division of Administrative Services meets with all the stakeholders and have work groups to discuss fee adjustments, that we can do that at that time. And that's what will happen when you all create a new fee schedule and structure. So does anyone have any questions?
Well, yeah, the FOT table. How are they asking? One we're doing right now. 101, micro drinking water. 102, we're in organic chemistry drinking water. All the way up through.
There was a lot of inconsistencies in the list that we released to the public compared to the field of testing list in the statute. So that was one thing. But also what it does, it just gives you all and us the flexibility to design the fee schedule as appropriate based on the needs of the agencies and field of testing. It could be that we want to change our fee schedule to technology. It binds us. So that is where we see why it was removed.
Can I just make a comment? This is Marian from MWD. I was just wondering how the specific methods are going to be put into the regulations so that, people have to follow the methods. Because from what I understand before, because of the FOTs made those methods part of the regulations. But is that still going to be the case?
Yeah, I think that you will still be. I mean, when the structure is redesigned and the fee schedule is set up, you can put this field of testing list back on there. But with it in the statute, then you're bound by that, and you don't have the flexibility to charge in any other way except for that way.
Well, this raises an interesting question. How are we charging fees now if there's no field testing statute, no field testing regulation? How do you charge for field testing?
So, as part of the application, it says that it has the field of testing in it, although it's not, excuse me, in the statute. There are all other places in the regulations that allow for it.
Like where? Oh, sorry. The only place I know their field of testing are either in the Health and Safety Code, which isn't deleted, and then there's the regulations which don't specify any field of testing. So I don't see where anything else is.
Okay, then we won't charge fees. I just think that that's kind of irrational, the law allows it. And, we are in we're cleaning up kind of old statute and old regulations, and yeah, I would say that our attorney would say that we can charge fees. So I hear what you're saying, that it's all not very clear, but we'll work on a lot of those things. So,
Christine, I'm sorry, this is Mindy. I'm just wondering, when you're saying that annually we'll go back and, look at the budget, we won't change how we're doing fees, but, possibly change fees or increase fees annually. Will the lab community be given a copy of the ELAP budget as to be able to see where or why funds are being spent and why increases are justified?
absolutely, and I'm going to pitch it over to Ryan Wilson to go into more detail.
Sure. The way that we typically set fees at the state board, the process is an annual process, and we anticipate getting ELAP on a similar schedule where we meet with stakeholders at specific times, and they're tied to the state budget process. So what we try to do is go out as early as possible with those budget numbers. The state budget process kicks off on January 10th. The governor releases his proposed budget. And then we have the May revision, which obviously happens in May. And then there will be enactment in July 1. And there can be changes at any point in that process through finance letters, BCPs, trailer bill language. The examples of here on our slide where we talked about Senate Bill 839 that gave emergency regulatory authority, that was actually a trailer bill that was tacked onto a budget after it was enacted. And so there's several different mechanisms there. So we try to set stakeholder meetings along those points in time because it's a dynamic process. So the numbers can change until we get around late summer. And so that's why we go to the board with our fee setting for all of our programs in September, typically. Now, if there's some reason, I know we had with some of the drought-related issues, we had to do some emergency fee setting for some of our other programs that happened in December, which was completely off cycle. But typically, if it's a normal cycle, we meet with stakeholders, sometime around February, March, then again around May or June, and paint the picture of where things are going. Also, I know I looked ahead at some of the slides before the meeting, and Andy today is going to speak about some potential options. And one of the discussions, current level of that we've set fees at, the idea was to not only hit our budget authority number, the Budget Act, but also this program, because it's been underfunded for so long, has had zero reserves. And for most state programs, we typically reserve between 5 and 10%. And so the question was, and I anticipate that somebody else may ask it today, so I'll go ahead and answer the question ahead of time. If the level that we have fees set at today results in us hitting a reserve between 5 or 10%, are we going to keep the fees at that level and continue to build the reserve? The answer is we typically try to keep the reserve around 5 or 10%. So if it looks like we already have a reserve in that range and the fees are going to push us well over that, then we will adjust accordingly. So that may result in, for some programs, it may be like, okay, we have a pretty significant reserve built up here, so we're not going to raise fees this year. There have been some situations where the reserves have been rather large as a result of specific circumstances, which I don't anticipate happening with ELAPS at this point in time. And you know, we typically will reach out to stakeholders and say, hey, we have a 20% reserve here, which is a little high. Would you rather us, you know, hold the line on fees and use it to absorb fee increases over the next couple of years? Because as I mentioned before, you know, we have annual fee increases just to cover the cost of healthcare and retirement and pro rata. That's part of that budget process, and it, you know, on average, is somewhere between 3 and 5%. You know, normal cost of living adjustments. And so we sometimes will go out to stakeholders, and if there's an excess reserve, you know, see what the tone is on whether they would like us to, you know, hold the line and cover potential fee increases for a few years, or maybe drop fees back a little bit and bring that reserve down. We have options, and we will you know, meet with stakeholders throughout the process to paint that budgetary picture of, okay, this is the fee revenue we're generating with our current fee schedule, and this is our authorized expenditure authority in the Budget Act, and we look at whether that's over or under and what our current reserve is, and that's where we make fee adjustments on an annual basis for all of our programs. So those numbers, we will communicate them to you as soon as we have them. You know, one of the other tricky things that always comes up is the state budget process, something known as the BCP process. BCP stands for Budget Change Proposal. That is, you know, any change in the level of service, whether it be adding or removing positions, goes through what's called the BCP process, and it's where it's between the agency and the Department of Finance, and the BCP process is confidential. So until that item becomes part of the Budget Act, you know, that may not be something that will be able to emanate. But we definitely will keep things as possible, and as the budget process, we will work to inform stakeholders, and that is a big part of how we move through our fee setting process is sitting down with stakeholders and letting them know what budget changes have happened and keeping them updated and explaining what it might be.
Good question. In the past, we've had this, I'm sorry.
We're moving David closer to you or vice versa.
Something like that.
Somebody's being drugged across the table.
So anyhow, in the past, this issue has been discussed at ELTAC meetings. And the question wasn't so much the budget as how it's broken down. So in the past, we basically did two items, labor and non-labor. And people who had been involved in the discussion said that, well, that's really not a very useful level of detail, because the part of the discussion is, well, what costs basically are costs for the entire state, you know, to run this program, and what costs are unique to each individual laboratory. So presumably, the thinking being a large lab takes more labor and more resources, smaller lab takes less. So how could you sort of pull out what elements from that budget are same for every lab and which elements are unique to every lab? And in the past, there's been a reluctance to go beyond the level of sort of labor and material. So would we have any additional level of granularity in future discussions?
Well, it's been a while since I've had discussions with the ELAB community. I know we did some stakeholder outreach in previous years when we were discussing the fee increases that have happened over the last couple of years. And I know that there has been some discussion on that issue, and we have had requests on, you know, what are your personnel costs versus what are your overhead costs and things of that nature, trying to drill down to that level of detail. And I would probably use the example with the drinking water again to highlight some of those issues, because it's a little more simplistic than the ELAP situation because of the technical nature that is tied to the fee for this program. Whereas drinking water, we broke it down on more of a per service connection basis, which is, you know, pretty simple to allocate. But we still heard similar discussions from the water community on, you know, I'm a large system and I have a lot of service connections, but, you know, there's economies of scale that are also achieved by me being a large system. And so there's that nature of discussion as well. But one of the key takeaways is that when we start getting into that granular level of detail, we're starting to talk more about almost like a fee-for-service type of situation. And the state board doesn't set our fees on a fee-for-service type basis. We're trying to recover the cost of a program as a statewide program as a whole. And while when we, like I said, when we did do the drinking water fees, we did recognize some aspects of that, large versus small, and the different impacts and different demands, you know, on personnel and whatnot. But I just caution us not to get too granular in our level of thinking on fee for service. But again, that's going to, you know, that's where the concept of a work group, and then also working with DAS along with ELAP staff to determine what parts of this program are demanding the most resources, and in trying to come up with something that's equitable. So it's definitely something that should be part of the framework, the discussion. But I would again, you know, that we don't want to set something up on a fee-for-service type basis where we get down into a real granular level.
The Mountain Kingdom Muhammad. Well, just to follow up on that, the sort of I think area of contention is how those fees get broken up. Because right now we have the base fee that each lab pays, which is the same price, and then so it's like a fixed cost, and then the variable cost is the number of fields tested. The more field testing you have, the more fees you pay. And what had gotten discussed last time is there are some interests would like to see just the base fee. Everyone pays the same fee. And then the other extreme would be there are no base fees and everyone pays an FOT fee. Or you can even get, you know, go to instrumentation or analyte. You know, so at one end you have everyone pays one fee and everyone pays, and then you have a huge range. And that's where a lot of the contention will come in. Where do you find the sweet spot between the two? And with only two line items, labor and material, there's no basis to choose one or the other. It's just sort of subjective. Well, I run a medium-sized lab with 4 people. I think it's this because that's in my best interest. And if I have a really big lab, I might have a different set, and a really small lab, a different set. And there's no, you know, without some sort of more objective standard, it's all sort of, you know, what's in my best interest.
Well, I guess I pose a question to you. What sort of nexus are you looking for outside of fixed versus variable costs?
Well, for example, I'm not saying we should actually do this. I'm just giving an example. So, at the cost of the e-sampling might be a fixed cost. I want to look at that. You know, it doesn't cost, you know, it's one computer, one software, one set of crews for all the TT samples. It doesn't cost them any more to do 1,000 TT samples. That might be an example of fixed cost. Office personnel, the people who open the letters and, you know, cash the checks, that might be fixed. As the people go out and do assessments on site, people who review the material for the assessments might be more variable. But again, that's all. But you just look at it, labor and material. There's no way to break any of that out.
Okay, good discussion. When in Northern California, I have a comment. I don't want to leave you out.
Yeah, actually, Christine, I do have a question. This is Mindy. And I'm just wondering, based on the projection for implementing the new standard, what is your estimate of additional resources that ELAP will need, whether it's short-term or long-term? You know, because it originally, like a year ago, I think we said, oh no, we think we have enough resources. We think we have the staff to do this. And we're finding out now that we don't have enough staff to do it based on our current standard. T&I, everybody has said, is for sure going to double the assessment time. You know, there's more work, more things to check up on. You're going to have more follow-up assessments because you're going to have more people not meeting them the first time, or with the letters, you know, that corrective action letters are going to take longer because they are longer. So all of that's going to include more staff. Do you have any estimate on what additional resources you think you're going to need for us to estimate how much more possibly our fees are going to be going up because of that?
So the question is, when do you think we will need the extra resources to begin chipping away at our backlog?
Well, mainly just, do you have an estimate of what your additional resources needs are going to be, whether it's short-term or long-term? Or is that still just totally left to be, we'll find out as it comes along?
No, I mean, I think we know that we have some relief from our training contracts. They will conduct compliance assessments for all of the drinking water labs, and at the same time, we're going to get that really good training on being auditors for the staff that we do have. And we're using our current regulations to issue interim certificates, and we're trying to crisscross the state to cover all of these labs. But we do see probably within the next 2 years that we're going to feel the crunch because the contract is going to be ending. But then we do know that we have the capability to contract with a third-party assessor. That's allowed in the law right now. So we could probably enact that right away to address some of the backlog. So we have some time. I guess that, if that's your question, like, do I think that we're going to be in big trouble? We're in trouble, but in big trouble, it won't be for another couple of years.
So this is Stephen, Christine. I'll maybe extend the question a little bit and just be really direct. So outside of the framework of auditors and getting them trained and all that, and the prospect of going with external auditors, do you have the staff to run the program as envisioned?
Envisioned.
As you currently have envisioned it, we're going to be going with T&I with these 52, elements that are going to be noted somewhere. You've got your PT folks, you've got your enforcement folks. The concept, as it's been kind of proposed today in the minutes, is potential for external auditors, except for maybe in the short term for your drinking water labs. So with that as what I see is the vision that's been scripted before us, do you have the staff resources to accomplish that? So that then what we're considering today are fee structures and how to set up fees and whatnot, and then an ongoing percentage increase each year just to simply account for cost of living.
So I would say my answer now is yes. There's a lot of moving parts though, As long as we get that proficiency testing database in, right? We're manually reviewing those PTs. That will ease up more resources for those technical staff to actually do on-site assessment, and those same staff are going to be, going through the training. So I would say yes, with all these parts that we have moving and we get there, I see that we do.
Christine, Bruce Godfrey. I guess all of this is we're in the early stages of a lot of figuring out what's going to go on, but in the private sector, these kinds of discussions are usually couched in long-term strategic planning and budgeting and stuff like that. Long-term means 3 years. Is that the kind of effort that might be associated with these fees, that you would look 3 years into the future and estimate what your needs are year 1, year 2, year 3, based on the changes you anticipate and what your revenue stream is, what your hiring plans are, and you just kind of put all of this together and toss it in a salad and know that it's not going to be accurate, but at least to give you some kind of roadmap.
It's not a forecast.
Well, it's not it's more like a 3-year strategic plan.
Budget.
Yeah.
State budget's not a forecast.
Well, if the state, Gail informs me that they call it a budget in the state, and I'll go with that.
Okay.
That sounds like a good term to use.
If you look, this is Ryan again from Division of Administrative Services. If you open up the State Budget Act and look in there, it does not project out 3+ years on the individual funds.
So we're only allowed 1 year's look at what things cost?
It's always retro. It's always retro.
Is that it, Ryan? It's just we're constrained by the state to look at 1 year at a time?
we typically set fees, on an annual basis based on what's in that budget act. I could have some discussions with our budget office to see if there's any projecting out beyond that, but it's to my knowledge, no.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Explains a lot for California.
I've learned something.
And if you and the request that you're making though too, and from some respects, I mean, you're asking if we do something like that, even if it's kind of a shot in the dark, and I'm not really sure what the point would be if if it was just kind of throwing darts at the wall. But from the standpoint of the earlier discussions, the goal is that in a perfect world we're not seeing large variation from year to year. However, in the event, and I think this is where the question came up with Christine just a minute ago on is her staffing level as it stands right now sufficient to handle what she sees coming down the pipeline in the future? But that's really one of those big variables. If there was a adding positions to ELAP, that could make a dramatic change in the expenditures and revenues for the following fiscal year if there was some sort of BCP that changed the service level.
So I just want to add too that so many of you may not be very familiar with the regulations development, but part of it is doing an economic analysis. We'll be doing that for the regulations that we'll be rewriting. And so we'll be examining those things, and this all goes through OAL, Department of Finance, and asking questions. Enough staff and resources to do this job.
Christine, this is Renee. Also, in a rulemaking, we'll also examine for the not only economic but fiscal. So both aspects are reviewed pretty carefully. But we're the state. We're not a private business.
No, I was trying to figure out how.
Independent of your budget process doesn't preclude ELAP from coming up with a 2, 3, 4, even 5-year strategic plan for the system that gives you generalized budget numbers. If I need to increase my budget by 50%, I only need to increase it by 10%.
The fees are set.
I think we can come up with a
So
plan.
I think maybe I should say something which I would probably say at the May 3rd board hearing. I think what we want to do is we had a work plan to address the expert panel's recommendations, and we worked on it feverishly to get all of the things done so that we could turn the program around. What we want to do is put together a 5-year strategic plan to get all the things that we didn't get done from the recommendation and just look out forward on what we need, based on, getting our PC database and all of these moving parts that I talked to you about. So that's kind of the idea. I've not talked to Bob yet about this. So, since that topic is up, I just want you all not to think that we are just taking a shot in the dark and just kind of, doing a Hail Mary, hoping that the program's going to survive. So we're thinking about those things, strategically planning. Do you have a comment?
It doesn't take much to throw numbers on that.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I wanted to segue, probably not the words here. Segue off Ron's point and circling back to Mindy's is, hey, this last year we've seen our fees double, like 98% increase. And that's just to get us to where we are now, which is not fully functional at the current level of effort, which is employing the existing requirements. So presumably we're going to spend some additional money just to get this level fully functional. Now if we throw T&I on the top of that, that's going to, I would suggest, double the necessary amount of labor and material. So I think that's the issue. I think that's the bigger issue here. Is if ELAP wants to go down the T&I route, we're going to see a lot of increase in fees.
I don't agree with that, David, at all. You're giving ELAP a structure for how to assess labs. You could look at more economies coming out of this. So that's not necessarily a point that I would allow you to make without being refuted. You could make serious arguments that adopting the T&I standard is going to save this program some serious money, just because it gives them a standard to audit to, gives them procedures, gives them all sorts of stuff. What we're kind of discussing or circling now is what's the longer term plan for ELAP? How are they going forward? For example, and I guess it's probably a government thing, if we do buy that system for PT samples, we'll pay for it all in the same year we buy it. So the fees will go up in 1 year and should go down in the next. Is that how it works accounting wise in the government? I mean, in the private sector, we'd probably amortize that piece of the software over 5 years, put the cost to it and do something like that. But I'd imagine, my advisors here are telling me California don't work that way. But there will be like ebbs and flows in expenses as you add systems, as you add people, and potentially as you take people away from the system, from the program, or reduce or right size the staff. And it sounds like we've got all the necessary pieces in play to make a year-on-year adjustment in the fees. And you know, for me, as I look at this problem of ELAP and growing it, it seems to me like we're starting up a whole new business here. You know, if you're a business person looking at this, you'd say ELAP didn't exist 2 years ago, and now we're putting it together with a panel and all of that stuff, and we're reanimating the dead object, as it were. And that's very costly type of thing to do. To start up a business, you're going to have front-loaded costs. So the cost would be high in front, but we'd have to see them coming down in the, you know, on the backside in order to make sense of some of these expenses.
Bruce, I have to disagree with you that you think that it's not going to take more staff to enforce and audit a TNI, having 700 labs TNI certified versus what we have right now. I absolutely think that, I mean, we've heard auditors, I mean, it's Chris Gunner from A2LA, they said, you know, I mean, they have said that, yeah, the audits will be much longer. Doing the paperwork to double check all of the management system stuff will be longer. So yeah, being able to buy a program that will automatically do your PTs for you, that will relieve staff, and hopefully then those staff can be reappointed to have time on the assessments. But to say that TNI will free up staff time, I think is a pipe dream, honestly. I just don't see how that can really, I mean, yes, having checklists help, but we could have checklists now that would not go to that length. You know, I mean, there's things that are there, but I think we all have to be honest that assessing for TNI and having full TNI for the entire state is going to require more resources from ELAP than the current.
Well, it may, but I don't think so. I'll just have to sit here and disagree, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we've implemented the TNI standard in our lab, and we've been audited by ELAP, and the ELAP guys take just as long as the TNI to do it, and it's not done any better. But at least they have rules and they have procedures, and all of these things have been put in place, so you've got rails to run this train on. And that will save a lot of administrative time. And it will save a lot of, it standardizes training across the country. It makes auditors available. If you've audited to the NELAC standard in Ohio, you could be hired to audit the NELAC standard in California should you or your spouse move here. There are a lot of things about this that allow consistency and economies of the same procedure. And I can just see where in the actual audit, they might spend more time, but in the back office, they'll probably spend less, because there's some procedures, for example, well, the DOD does this, but they give you their final report on your exit. And that saves a lot of time. It's really efficient. And it was, from what we saw about ELAP, when they did this, it took them weeks to process those outfall reports. And this is just but there will be savings and there will be expenses, and I think the net is going to be less. So I'm not going to let David make that point, and I will just disagree with you.
No,
So,
I mean, with having that many more requirements, you're going to have that many more findings, that much more time reviewing corrective action reports. I mean,
it's just
all
about
of
making
that.
an effective accreditation
Let me
program.
interrupt the chair. We're sort of getting off topic because we're now, debating what kind of resources TNI will take which ultimately I think will end up being up to Christine as manager of the ELAP program to end up saying either, yes, when we go TNI, we'll be able to get by with the same resources, bearing in mind the third-party assessor costs that everybody would incur, some subset would occur, or she may, after looking at it, say, yeah, David and Mindy were right, it's going to take 3 more people. But it's premature to try to figure that out, and it really is ELAP's perfect.
So I'm going to move to the next slide then, which is,
Hey, Christine?
yes.
Just one question here. Have you considered looking at other state agencies that have gone from a state mandated program to a TNI program and looked at the financial or staff requirements for that particular state? Did it go up? Did it go down? I mean, if Mindy and I are wrong, then that's great. That's great news to hear, because then our fees will go down. But if Bruce is wrong, well then it would be wise of us to at least consider the impacts to other states when we're addressing long-term fiscal implications.
So I haven't specifically looked at a state and the numbers when they change, but we did do some research on the lab to staffing ratio, and we're low. And that's just varied regulations. Some states are TNI, some states are their own specific, like California regulations. And if you just look at straight the number of labs to the assessors that they have, we're low, and we're the highest number of labs in all of the nation. So, but then again, remember, lab complexity is different. You could have a very simple lab with, that uses, or another lab that's more complex. So that's what we looked at.
But can I also mention that we're a really large state that has, from one end to another, it's like, I don't know.
Third largest.
Yeah, I think you're making a really good point. I hope it's the point that I'm making. We're a vast state, and travel time and all of that takes. New Jersey or New York, which one is it? They have half the labs that we have, and they have, and they're able to just do 3 audits in one day because everything's closer. We can't do that.
But before we move on, I don't want to hold this up here forever, but I think the point being made here is something important. If we're going to talk about fees, we do have to consider the impact of TNI, if that's what we want to do. If we're talking about a 5-year window, that will certainly fill in here. And so obviously we can't complete that discussion today, reading in this item, but it is still a critical issue that we can't ignore.
And this is Stephen. That's why I asked the question if Christine felt that she had the proper staff resources as the program is currently being envisioned. TNI, DMRQA, PT testing with some electronic help, enforcement, and then short-term auditing drinking water labs. And her response was, well, I think so, but well, obviously
Now,
time
my
will tell.
response was yes.
Okay, well,
Good.
Good.
And I want to just interject there because
It's the PTs that I'm at PTs. Yeah. So I think, well, we all have strong opinions. I do too on this subject matter. But what I'd like to see us get through is some of these additional slides and then try to frame out, what ELTAC. I'm a little confused about what ELTAC's role. Let's start there, because what are we going to be doing in this committee and this work group that's going to be forming, and how are we supposed to interface is what I'd like to know.
I'll talk about this slide, but I just want to make it clear that I said yes.
Okay.
And through the rulemaking process and regulations, and Renee also commented, you have to do a fiscal analysis, you have to do an economic impact analysis. All of these things go hand in hand with the regulation because they want to know how it impacts you financially and resources for the program. So we're not out of the woods yet, but just from our projection, it's yes. And if you remember, the previous slide that I said for the vision for the program is that we would not be in the routine on-site assessment business. So when you're talking about all of these CNI requirements, that wouldn't be, this is a vision and it may not come to fruition, but we wouldn't be there and we would do more quality assessment. So again, I think we do have enough resources.
Well, I'm sorry, that's a really big statement. I don't understand that. Does that mean quality?
Well, I was going to make a comment. Maybe it would be smarter for us to break this into two things. One is lab assessment, and the other is remaining operation of ELAB. And so what I think I hear you saying is, for the remaining operation of ELAB, you do have the staff. And what I heard you say this morning is, for site assessment, you do not have the staff. So that has to be kept in mind when you're talking with Ryan about how the fee structure is going to break out.
Yeah, and I think you make a really good point, breaking it up. And to your question about quality, it's just, we want to be able to do quality assessment, whether it be us, whether it be a third-party assessor. We just want to give quality in our program. So,
Well, we all want that, but I'm just not quite sure what that means on a practical one. I mean, how is that different from what we're doing now?
well, we weren't providing quality service to any of you.
Well, the people.
So I don't think you can read too much into that statement. I just want quality for the program. So.
I mean, obviously, we're going to discuss some future points. I just think that sounds like a big statement, but I don't understand quite practicality.
It is a big statement, and it's something we're committed to. We want a quality process in the program. We have quality assurance manual, we have quality SOPs, and we're voluntarily adopting a quality management practice by quality.
I think maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, David, but maybe you and I are thinking this. What is the staff's role besides in ELAP? Besides, or what is the projected goal for the staff? What are they actually going to be doing? If they're not going to be doing on-site assessments routinely, I'm just wondering why you guys got a training contract. And then, what are they going to be doing instead of on-site? If you're already.
We got a training contract because of all the complaints that you all had about ELAP, right? So it's going to serve its purpose, plus it's going to also provide us compliance audits for the assessments that we just can't do, we can't keep up with. And keep in mind what Rich just said, we got to separate it from the assessments and the other part of the program. So I would not dismiss why we even got this training contract. It was completely necessary. And then your next question was,
well, what is the ELAP staff going to be doing, onwards, from after, let's say after the training contract's over,
they will be doing assessments, and that's quality assessments, right? Okay. So that's what they'll be doing. Okay. If they don't, right now, I'm hoping that they do that. I haven't gotten a lot of complaints that they haven't been providing good service. But we all know that they just don't have some of the technical expertise, and that's what it's going to provide better customer service.
But ultimately, I view this as a pie. And so you have this pie where ELAP's going to have trained assessors, but they're only going to control maybe 25%, maybe 50%, I don't know what their plan is, of that pie. You're still going to be relying upon external assessors to complete the rest of the pie. So when you're talking about budget, the budget is in discussion of funding the quarter of the pie that they're going to be covering.
But the rest of the assessors have to be funded too.
Right. And
so
that's part of the conversation.
Well, yeah, that's why this is, I think, an important conversation. We can't separate that from the conversation.
No.
Because even if there's a third party,
absolutely not.
It's still money coming out. It has to go somewhere. It has to come.
I agree.
Well, one last thing before we talk about rules. We weren't a whole program. You never had the planning side, you never had the enforcement side, you never had the PT review side, things that should have been done, that have to be done. And so that's the whole program that we're talking about. So when you all say that what are your assessors, it's more than just assessors. Even though that's the meat and potatoes of the program, we need a whole program to regulate accreditation in California. And those are all the things that we're doing. That's the whole program that you're paying for.
I know we're probably doing a little overtime on this.
Yeah, we're also repeating a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, back to enforcement. I understand, there's a lot of probably backlog enforcement activity, but on an ongoing basis, how much enforcement do we anticipate to really be occurring?
You can ask any program that question. Enforcement should always be it goes hand in hand with any regulatory craft. You don't want to always have to do enforcement, but it has to be there in case you need it. And so we don't have it. But whenever you have a referral or complaint with whatever type of laboratory it is, you need to be able to go and do it. It's a service that we provide to you so that you have a level playing field and you have an industry that is in compliance.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, in terms of workload staff levels. When I worked at the Department of Toxic Substance Control, it was sort of the same thing. When the program first got going, there was a lot of enforcement going on. You had to do waste stream, sorry, I'm going to look again. When I was working with DTSC, initially there was a lot of enforcement activity. Waste stream segregation had to occur, permitting had to occur, a lot of activity up front. But once all that happened, the enforcement sort of activities died down quite a bit. It was a front-end situation. So I'm just raising that might be a situation here as well.
Yeah, and I think in the onset we did get a lot of referrals, from a lot of bad acting labs, and we've been keeping busy, and I'm sure it will go down. But that's one thing that you all should want is a consistent enforcement program that's always there when you need to go into attack mode. But you could be smart about enforcement, right? And you could target, right? We can look at laboratories that demonstrate sort of characteristics of what we need to address. So it doesn't have to be in response mode. You don't always want to be in response mode to investigate a lab only when there's a complaint. You want to kind of actively look at things that could possibly be a problem. And that's what we did in other industries. In stormwater, we addressed construction sites that had highly, erodible soils that were built on a mountain, and that's the construction sites that you focus. So you just take that kind of idea and you twist it for laboratories, and if you have a high problem with hazardous waste laboratories, maybe we need to address those. So there's a lot of things that you can do with the enforcement staff. Okay, so we want you to tell us the initial direction, and your preliminary vote will be kind of serve as the jumping off point on where we are with these. And so we want to give you this opportunity to give us some feedback on the models and what the work group develops. And then we'll bring the work group's ideas on fees back to ELTAC for a formal recommendation. And that recommendation is what we'll take to the board. Want to add anything about this slide? No? Okay.
Christine, this is Stephen. So I'm seeking a little bit of clarity on that. So if ELTAC is providing the initial direction, and let's just say it's sliding scale, FOTs based upon complexity, base fee, all labs are accredited, whether they be referee labs, state labs, whatever. Everybody pays fees, equitability, all that type of stuff is covered. Then what is the work group going to do?
This is Ryan. I think what Christine is saying, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but just that what ELTAC provides today is just a kickoff point, just to get the conversation started. That doesn't necessarily mean that's where we'll end up. And again, to go back to the drinking water fees as an example, we had many different iterations of options that we kicked back and forth with our water community. And at the very end of the process, there was kind of a last-minute decision to go with a fee model that was brought to us from the water community, almost completely. We had to make a couple of tweaks to it that it didn't account for, but we ended up switching gears and actually going with something that the water community provided, which was not the initial direction that staff and DAS had come up with. So, I think she's just saying that this is to get the discussion started, and that does not mean that it's an end point, but just the beginning.
Yeah. So, Andy. was reading my mind. So if you go to page, I don't know what page is this, but this is the minutes from the last meeting. And so, just echoing what he said, this is really the jumping off point that you can start the discussion off for this meeting today, right? Which is what you voted on. And remember, we discussed the 3 models, model 1, 2, 3, and all 14 were in favor of base plus fielded testing fees. And then there was also discussion of possibly breaking the base into different sections. Someone mentioned, if I recall, that's where you can break it up into what Rich was talking about, like the TTs and the administration part and the assessment within the base. Okay, so I'm going to give it to Andy. If no one has any questions.
Because we have that question already. Okay, what I did, because I wanted to at least give us some kind of straw dog to start working with, was, no, straw dog.
I'm not that big a pet.
You kick dog. Just like those got down things.
All right.
So, well, there was, no.
Let me help you. Oh, wait.
Oops.
Wrong one.
We went way too far. Oh,
Where are we? Hold on
okay.
a second.
Wait. Caitlin, did you actually not?
No, wait.
No, I don't, your slides, I didn't drop them into Christine's slides.
Okay.
Oh.
So luckily I did put them.
Yeah, and I have them also, I could send it to you, so that's not a problem, but.
Let me just, don't worry about that. Let me get it.
Oh, you have it.
Let's get ourselves situated here.
He said he was bringing them on a flash drive.
Hey, Andy, while this is being queued up, can I propose something for us to consider?
Sure.
And that is that you put a lot of time into numbers and calculations that you have, and the spreadsheet was enormous, thank you. But the one thing that we had discussed coming back to some time ago was the concept of, because your model is based, or your values are based upon the current certified labs. As I recall, a lot of the state agency laboratories, not all, but some are serving as referee labs, and they don't maintain an accreditation. Am I correct about that?
There are some laboratories that do not pay fees, and that totals 120,000 or 130,000. Caitlin, you gave me those numbers, I remember.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah.
And do they,
Historically, it's been 120 and there's about 30 labs.
and do they all maintain the accreditation, so they'd all be T&I certified under this framework?
So, okay, so your question is, are all those labs that are waived, are they accredited?
Are they certified? Yes, accredited, yeah.
They are accredited.
They are or are not?
They are
Okay,
accredited.
good. And then we have some that don't pay fees.
And those don't pay fees. And so let me just qualify this, that those are the public health laboratories and reference laboratories.
Okay. And what I had talked about several meetings back was the concept that we should be discussing when we talked about equitability, that all laboratories should pay the fees. So I know Andy's has the numbers of minus laboratories that don't pay fees, but so I definitely want to have Andy go through his presentation, but that was one thing that jumped out to me, is there's an operating assumption in this that they would continue to not pay fees. And I, for one, am not in favor of that. Everybody should pony up, step up to the table, operate under the same accreditation, and pay fees.
Okay, so if we could stop before you move forward. So there was a passage in the language of the law that actually removed the exemption from public health laboratories, so they are being charged fees right now. There's language in the law that does state that if you're a reference lab and you work in a reference capacity and you are defined by the reference definition in the law, that you can be exempt from the fees. So, Anthony Gonzalez is here, and we've already had some discussions, and we're going to be reaching out to the public health laboratories identify if they are a reference laboratory. We're thinking about an approach they can self-certify and let us know what their purpose is, and they can claim exemption. It's in the law, so something we have to allow.
Well, unless that gets changed.
Unless the law gets changed and takes out reference labs or puts public health labs back in to be exempt. But it's in the law right now, and they're not exempt. They're getting bills, and we are working with them to identify if they are a reference lab.
And can you explain what you meant by self-certify?
So it's a concept that we're exploring right now. It's nothing that is set in stone, but it is something that's used in other programs. It's impossible for all of the state regulatory agencies to regulate all of entities that they regulate. So a lot of times they use self-certification in that they state, I am this or that, and I'm certifying I'm this or that. So that's what we're exploring whether or not that's what they can do.
Yeah, you'd make Christine, this is Gail, so what you do is you generate a letter, you cite the regulation that defines what a reference lab is, and you have to state that you don't do any work for commercial purposes. It's strictly as a check on, for example, if there's a spill or something like that, that you are just a QA, just doing a QA test. It's usually for things that are not in 40 CFR 136 or 141.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make that clarification. Anthony, I don't know.
Figure out how that would connect to.
Yeah, I've been listening to some of the comments, and the comments from my constituents, and they're looking into. Christine came to see me a couple of days ago because I represent public health laboratories, and we had this discussion about the fees. And right now, that information, Christine, was passed on to the president of the California Association of Public Health Lab Directors, and they are having those internal discussions right now, probably as we speak. I've been looking at my email. Nothing specific yet, but they're looking at the issues of the reference laboratory. They're having their legislative analysts go back and look at the language as well, and finding the trailer bills that you mentioned. So there is a lot of activity going on right now. But some of those public health laboratories function in very specific areas dealing with, in some cases, immediate public health issues. And so there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done within the public health laboratory structure. And I'm just going to wait and see what they come up with, and I'll get back to you, and I'll let this group know what their findings are.
Okay, thanks, Anthony.
Sure.
All right, I want to move along with my stuff because we've got Jim Stites in from out of town. I want to keep his presentation on schedule at 2:45, so if necessary, we can come back to this. So what I did was basically ask Kate to provide a spreadsheet listing all of the laboratories currently certified in California with the FOTs they were certified for, so we actually had some full numbers to work at. Information doesn't include what the type of lab is, whether it's muni or commercial or captive. And, it may be that Ryan's work group is going to want to consider that as part of the fees, but that's obviously something Kate could add on if necessary. Also, you guys all got the spreadsheet delivered electronically, and if for some reason anybody wants to play with it, during this meeting, we can do that. But bottom line is, as of March 1st, we've got 709 certified labs, presenting 2,968 FOTs, 1,000 methods. So I went through and I said, okay, was it previously, it was a $1,520 base fee times 709 labs plus a $681 FOT fee times 2,968. That totals out to 3.1 million, which comes out short of the 3.4 million, especially after you subtract the $120,000 worth of fee waivers, and after you realize that it doesn't take into account trying to build up reserves. So, this essentially explains why ELAP to us what they did this year, which was to raise the fees. So at 1890 plus 851, we end up with about 3.9 minus the 120, so approximately 3.8, which is really budget plus and reserves that Ryan had talked about for annual increase. So that's sort of how they got to where they are now. So one of the questions that Ryan actually talked about earlier today was, well, if that generates 3.8 million, and that includes 10% in reserves, if we keep the fees full and ELAP doesn't need to add staff, we currently are going to keep adding to reserves each year. But at some point, this suggests that the fees don't need to keep going up quite as fast or even potentially need to go down. I think what I heard from Ryan is that the goal going forward would be you basically generate, after you've built up that 5 to 10% reserves, you generate what you need to operate the program plus 3% per year. So that essentially says we're looking at a little bit less than 3.6 million as target revenue in 2018, 2019. Okay. Then we have talked at the last meeting about, and it came up again earlier today, with if you use third-party assessors, what does that amount to? If you look at a large lab such as ourselves for our ISO audit, it's typically about $15,000 every other year when they do a full assessment, and $6,000 in between, so averaging out to about $1,000. California, in theory, could go to triannual assessment, still be in compliance with drinking water regs, albeit California wants to ideally keep sticking with every 2 years right now. So just for grins, I said, let's just use a $5,000 credit for labs to external assessors just for purposes of modeling. So one approach would be to say, let's keep the base fee where it is under the new rate, so that's about $1,900. Split the FOTs into the low, medium, and high complexity. And what I did for purposes of modeling was to just use exactly what ELAP had done previously for the NELAC labs. And the first thing that sort of jumped out at me was, gosh, we're calling RADChem medium. I would think that if anything should be high, that probably should. But that's okay. We're a RADChem lab, so I'm happy with it being medium. So then I said, let's just, play with some numbers. 350 for a low complexity, 700 for a mid, and 10. Essentially, I've just added the low each time. And then use that $5,000 credit for labs that use an external assessor. And this is all just sort of see where we come out. So if we do that, we end up with about 3.7 million minus 120,000 waivers, and I just started out saying, okay, let's look at those labs that had calculated fees of 10,000 or more, and assume they're the ones that end up using an external assessor, which may or may not be where the ELTAC wants to recommend they go. But if you use those numbers, you end up with another decrease of about 330,000. So you end up with 3.2 million in fees. So not quite enough to be there. The key thing is that the range for individual lab costs would be anywhere from $2,240 to $14,000, and that's again, assuming a $5,000 credit for any of the labs that are over 10,000. So if you didn't do that credit, it would reach as high as 19,000. Just so we're looking at what the range is. Version 2, I said, okay, so what if we increase the base fee a little bit? We then end up with about 3.5 million. So we're in the right range in terms of the budget that we need. And the range for labs, the lower end goes up from 2,250 to 2,600, so not a huge increase there. The upper end actually stays at about 14,000, but again, if some of those larger labs didn't use the external assessor or didn't do a $5,000 credit, it's about 19,000. And that range of 2,600 to 19,000 is essentially comparable to the current range that we've got with the new fees. So again, just looking at potential. First 3 was to say, okay, let's keep the base fee where it is and increase the FOT fees. And if we do that, we end up at 3.6 million, but there's now a greater range for laboratories. So the small labs are about 10% lower instead of 2,600, 2,300. The large labs would be 16,000 with the external assessor credit or 21,000 without. So I think one of the things we need to think about is, what's the appropriate range of cost between small labs and large labs, which gets back down to some of the basic questions of how much of ELAC's budget is completely independent of the size of the lab. Just for grins, because we had talked about it last time, I said, what if we actually used the method instead of the FOT? My bias was that even before I did calculations, I didn't think that was a good way to go, because if you do that, then there's a lot of incentive for labs to drop individual methods because they can save money that way, which then may make it more difficult for permits to specify a specific method, and that could also lead to limited competition, which could drive up costs for permit holders. But the real bottom line is, if you do that, and the fees for larger labs go way up as high as 30,000, and in that case also we probably want to look at a much larger credit for external assessments. What are the questions that I think we need to resolve, or at least since there's going to be a stakeholder group it's more weighing in on? One of them is, what is an appropriate base fee? The question of what's the relative amount of resources that California will need to expend on different size labs, and that gets into a lot of the discussion that we've been having for the last hour. If you do end up saying there should be a credit for labs that use external assessors, how large should it be? Should it basically offset the cost of the assessment? Should it be half of that? Whatever it does, you're likely going to see some increases in cost for laboratories. And then how wide a spread should there be among California certified labs as far as fees? I liken that to sort of the version of what should the income inequality be in laboratories. So that's what I got out of doing some modeling, and you guys all have the spreadsheet, so you can model on your own to your heart's content, and Rich already has a question.
It's more of a comment. Since FOTs are thrown out the window, more or less, I think, I go back to my comment earlier, which is I think the base fee should include the operational fee for ELAP, which is common throughout all the labs. There may be some variation, for example, on the PTs where you're doing 10, I'm only doing 5, but I don't think the overall effort is hugely different to ELAP on that level. And that the biggest cost and the biggest effort related to this whole process is the lab auditing. And so I think it should be a base fee and a lab audit fee. And so if you set ELAP's lab audit fees significantly less than the fees of external auditors, then guess what? We're all going to go for ELAP's auditors. If you set ELAP's fees higher than external auditors, guess what? We're going to go to the external auditors, whatever the cost is going to be. So I think you have a base fee and you have an auditing fee that's somewhat equivalent to what external auditing companies are charging. That's my suggestion.
Other comments? We've got about 20 minutes.
Andy?
Yeah.
Sorry. This is Mindy. I just have a question. Like, when we first were talking about fees months ago, we also talked about not only the FOTs and level of difficulty, but then, like, even within an FOT, the number of methods that a lab is certified on or the difficulty within. I mean, if you just look at inorganics, if you have somebody just doing titrations or, you know, pretty basic ones versus metals and IC, where you have more complex, that's going to make a big difference in the amount of time that an auditor needs to, you know, spend doing the assessment or even just reviewing the PTs back in the lab. So I think we had talked before about including levels within the FOTs as well.
I mean, we certainly, you know, could go that way. I think the more you go down that road, the more complex it becomes to figure out where you're going. There are, you know, thinking about other states out there, there are very few that go to that level of complexity. I mean, I know New York does, but New York also has their fee structure based entirely on the volume of business you do in New York. So there are, you know, some labs that are paying certification fees well in excess of $100,000.
Andy, this is Stephen. I have two.
Hang on, Stephen, David.
Miriam
was first, then David, then Stephen.
Perfect.
So I just wanted to question the rationale of this credit. I feel like we have to think about equity in terms of, are we trying to make big labs pay the same as small labs? Because that's not fair. I think small labs, what's more equitable is that large labs require more ELAP time and therefore should pay more. And their credit, they're actually, like what Stephen was saying earlier in the day, they're actually being given something by being allowed to use third-party auditors. They're allowed to, you know, consolidate their audits, and therefore they're saving a lot of money already. So in order for them to get a credit, I think that there needs to be a rationale behind it.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to follow up on Mindy's lead on this. So right now, the way the FOTs are structured, they're very heterogeneous internally. So, for example, FOT 10, 102 has titration, but it also has ion chromatography. So those are two very different sorts of technology requiring a considerably different level of effort on the part of ELAP to assess. The same would be true for 104, where we have the metals. No, 103, where we have the metals. Someone might just be doing flame FAA, flame atomic absorbance spectroscopy, relatively simple, or doing ICP-MS. So or metals by ion chromatography for that matter. So and of course, obviously, this might apply to other FOTs as well. Now, the FOTs are wide open, since they've all been deleted from statute, and there aren't any in regulation. We have rasa tabula. We have a clean slate to start with. So we shouldn't automatically assume that FOT 102 is going to have ion chromatography in it, and we can certainly set it up so that it only had titrations and gravimetric and things like that, so that it would be a simple one. And then we could separate ion chromatography into maybe just we have an ion chromatography FOT. So I think since the door's been open, let's step in and have a look.
Stephen.
Yeah, so I had a couple of comments. One is in regards to, I don't know why I'm getting feedback now.
And you're breaking up as well.
Is that better?
Yes.
Huh, okay. So a couple of comments. One is initially when what Rich had said kind of struck me as, well, that would seem reasonable in terms of a base fee for all laboratories, period, and then an audit fee or an on-site assessment fee. The challenge with that, after I kind of started thinking about it, is laboratories that are accredited for 15 methods would be charged the same amount as one accredited for one. So I'm not quite sure how to reconcile that in my head and make that quote unquote fair and equitable. In regards to your, I think it was version 2 and 3, Andy, in terms of the credit for the on-site assessments for parties that choose to have outside organizations do that. I think you might have captured a good number of laboratories, but mine wouldn't be captured in that. We have 2 FOTs, and the base fee would put us somewhere around $5,000 for our fees. And so we under this paradigm wouldn't be captured in some type of credit for some portion of the on-site assessment with a third party coming out. And then to address the earlier comment as well in regards to, making sure that there's some justification or reasoning behind the on-site assessment. Let me elaborate a little bit more on how the framework would work for us, my company. If we were getting ISO, DOD, NELAP, and whatever else we might choose to add on, a portion of the time that the auditor is going to be out there, they will be taking care of the NELAP. The rest of it is on us. And so I don't think you'll get a one-to-one credit, but there's a benefit to bundling, yes, but there's still a cost that you're paying somebody to come out to accredit the laboratory or to set up the laboratory for accreditation and maintenance of it for NELAP. And so I think that's probably where Andy was trying to come up with some form of a credit. It wasn't full, but I think that hopefully that answers that question. But also, again, Andy noting that my laboratory wouldn't qualify for a credit under this framework because we don't have $10,000 or greater of the expenses. Fees.
Yeah, and what I was trying to do on this was to just create some straw dogs.
Right.
That 5,000 for larger labs, predated Christine's suggestion that it could conceivably be external assessors for everybody.
Right.
So, clearly there are a lot of ways you can skin the cat. I think, the bottom line is you've got to figure out how to skin it so you come up with the right number, and then to address Miriam's comment about the equity, got to decide, how much of a spread is appropriate. I agree with Miriam completely that, a large lab like ours should not pay the same amount that a 4-person lab pays. But on the other hand, should we pay 10 times more, or should we pay 30 times more? So if we go back to the days when California was a NELAP AA or AB, all of us who were ELAC labs were screaming bloody murder because we were paying so much more than everybody else. And frankly, we were paying a lot more than we paid in any other NELAC state. So, you know, there's got to be some limit to what that spread is. But I agree there should be a spread.
Yeah, Steve, just a real quick comment, because some of this comes from ignorance. My view was that if I were to buy this from a commercial auditor, that if I only had one method for him to audit, he would charge me less money than if I had 5 or 10. That's why I was assuming that.
I think the audit would be less because they're going to audit your quality system first and then they'll audit methods. So the time that they would spend would be presumably less. I was actually talking about the base fee component.
Okay.
That a large lab with, 24 protocols compared to one with only a couple would end up paying the same base fee, and the management of those laboratories by ELAP in terms of their effort for them would not be proportionally the same.
Okay, we've got Ron with a...
The way I see it is pretty basic. There's really 3 revenue streams here. There's an administrative fee, which could be flexible depending upon the size of the lab. There's a, whether it's a methods or a field of testing fee, which would then involve the complexity being performed and the number of analyses. Larger labs would end up paying more on that end. And then the third component would really be the assessors, which again would depend on the size of the lab and whether or not you're NELAC or not. If you're NELAC and the state isn't having to come out and do an assessment on a regular basis, I imagine they would come out on some periodic basis just to confirm the results of the NELAC reports. They'd still have to review those NELAC reports. So there'd still be some administrative cost to the state, whether or not you're a NELAC. They just wouldn't be doing the assessment themselves. So all 3 of those components would allow flexibility for smaller labs to pay less than larger labs. The administrative fee, obviously, because it just costs more to prepare, to go out and do the inspections or just review the applications of a larger lab. So there should be some flexibility in there as well. So I think when you add up those components, you would be looking at a fairly significant range between a large lab and a small lab. I think that all gets taken out.
Other comments?
Andy, this is Mindy again. I just think that we need to look at the fact that, we've talked about these small labs, and I'm thinking of very small one-person drinking water and wastewater labs. They've already seen their fees. Sorry. They've seen their fees.
All right, try again.
Okay. They've seen their fees, double in this last year. And to look at if we're going to be readjusting this and they're going to have, higher FOT fees or anything like that, on top of the fees that it's going to take them to get TNI ready and TNI certified, we're going to be putting, I think in your spreadsheet you saw we have, over 100 labs that are only certified in one FOT or, one method. We have a lot of labs that are just going to close down because they cannot handle the cost of both the increase in ELAP fees as well as the increase in the TNI fees. And you look at that, if we lose those labs, all of the other fees are going to go up as well. So we need to be very careful with how much we're really impacting these labs. And I know some people don't care if these small labs close down, but it is a big deal for public health in some of these remote communities that they need to have those labs up and operating. So we just need to keep that in mind as we're really looking at trying to equalize how much the really large labs are paying versus those teeny tiny small labs.
Yeah, I don't think, Mindy, that, at least from my perspective, I'm not trying to equalize what a large lab pays versus a small. And when I started playing with the different models, one thing I tried to look at was, okay, what was, the range of costs? So if you looked at, the smaller labs or let's say the fewer FOT labs, the range there was typically anywhere from 2,200 to 2,600 depending on the model. So there was nothing that had, huge numbers, and the numbers for the larger labs were in, for the most part, running up to about 20,000 if you take out any provision for credits for external assessments. So, you know, I don't want to have you think that I'm suggesting that, you know, a small lab should pay 5,000 and a large lab should pay 5,100.
No, I understand that. I wasn't trying to apply. I just didn't have your numbers in front of me, so I couldn't remember the exact play on what all of the different models came out with. But that's just something I want all of us to kind of keep in mind.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, well worth paying attention to. David?
All right. So I have two items. I remember both of them. If they're going forward a few steps here. If it sounds like at this point the proposal is for, you know, basically all labs to be TNI. And the question, and so that's one element. And then the other element is that we're thinking of separating the on-site assessment fee from like PT sample review fee, maybe breaking the fees up a little bit more. And so the question is, how much spread will be, and most of the cost is on the on-site assessment. That's where a lot of the labor comes in. And this is where the TNI element comes in here. Back about a year ago, remember we had these two workshops, one in Rancho Cordova and the other in Costa Mesa, sort of a TNI Palooza. And Chris Gunning came out and Jerry Parr came out. And what caught a lot of our attention at the time was that Chris was talking about how much time and effort he puts into a TNI audit. And he said the quality management system is 1 day. It's just 1 day just for that one section. And then he might get into the individual method requirements, which are also in chapters 4, 5, 6, and 7, all those. Now, my lab, again, being one of the larger in the state, you know, we have 4 people. Our current audit only takes 6, 7 hours tops. They're in, they're gone, done in a day. For a lab my size, that's going to double. Just by adding the quality management system at chapter 2, that's going to double that cost. And that's going to double cost for everybody because it's quality management system is the same for everybody. And so TNI actually reduces the range of labor burden between large and small labs. It doesn't eliminate it. I'm not saying they're identical. But because of the quality management system being so large and so much so time consuming, it does then create that equalization. Not necessarily, that's not necessarily the intent, but that's actually in terms of looking at it from a labor cost, based on Chris Gunning's estimate.
Yeah, David, David Bruce Godfrey here. I think you have to keep in mind that Gunning and his firm A2LA, they're rarely assessing a laboratory with less than 50 people. So you're looking at a situation where Gunning is talking about it takes him a day to assess a laboratory that he's typically doing, but he's not. These Gunning and A2LA, they do assess laboratories with 1 or 2 people, but it might take him 2 hours to do a quality assessment systems, you know, or quality assurance systems on a smaller lab.
That's not what he said, though. We asked him that question. He said, no, no matter what size of the lab, you need 8 hours to do a quality.
So he said, well, okay, well, great, thanks for the clarification. So Gunning's basically saying it takes a whole day regardless of the size of the lab.
Right. And we also, remember, we had some speakers come in from Texas and Illinois, and they said, you know, these are smaller, actually labs about my size. And they were talking about having on-site assessments of 3 days. So it's not like Chris is the only one making these decisions. Now, I didn't want to directly bring up the whole TNI thing, but it does create more of an equalization between costs across the cost of on-site assessment. That was my point. And so we will have to consider that element moving forward.
I mean, one thing that we're going to get from Christine's training contract is an awful lot of experience of how much time it really does take. Unfortunately, that won't be on the same time frame as this, but some of it will be. So, all right, I think we've got time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions or comments. Anything from Northern California?
Yeah, this is Stephen. I'd just like to kind of follow up on an earlier commenter down south, and that was that it really seemed like a reasonable approach to use here is a base administrative fee, some type of FOT structure fee, which therefore those that have a lot pay more, those that have fewer pay less, and then the assessment fee. And then it might be easier to figure out this prospect of a credit if the assessment for the NELAP element is being done by an external party outside of ELAP. That kind of makes sense in terms of where the major three categories of the costs are related to the program.
This is Jill, and I agree with what you're saying, but I think that one of the major problems is that if ELAP still doesn't have all the expertise to do the audit, and then is it going to be fraction, these audits that are going to be kind of fractions, like part it's going to be done by ELAP, part of it's going to be done by a third-party assessor, and how, I don't know, what are outside assessors, what's their take on that? Have you ever had an outside assessor come and you tell them, oh, we only need you to do these FOTs because we're having another auditor do another set of FOTs? I don't know how that would be perceived by a third-party auditor.
So that's not how it works. They actually, you frame out what quality system frameworks that you'd be having them come out for, and they will provide you for a cost for NELAP, ISO, DOD, and the FOTs are you're providing the methods. They're auditing those as a method element. It doesn't matter what program you're coming out of. Although some programs, I'm not an analytical lab, so maybe there are some unique things for an analytical lab that we don't deal with in talks.
You determine the scope ahead of time.
Yeah, and they cost it out for you. And if you go, well, we want to drop DOD, and they'll go, well, there will be this much less time. We want to just go NELAP, it'll be this much time.
I guess a question that I really have for Christine is, where is ELAP's long-term vision with this? Does ELAP still want to keep auditing labs? Or are they saying, we want to move away from auditing labs altogether, and it's going to be completely outsourced? And if that's the case, then let's just know that and not spend tons of time debating that, if ELAP's going to continue auditing labs. I don't want to waste time with that.
Okay, I can answer that question, but we should let Ron ask his question afterwards. So if you remember the slide, the vision is to allow on-site routine assessments to be done outside. And so that is the vision, that's my vision. But these decisions are not mine all to be made. They're the board's and executive management. So go to the May 3rd board meeting and express your concerns, but that's the vision we have for ELAP and what we're proposing.
Okay, one last question from Ron.
Start off with the comment is that what I heard Christine say earlier was not that she didn't have resources that could do the audits. She didn't have sufficient resources to do all the audits. So the more complex audits could be done by the outside. Maybe the 66 labs that choose to go T&I will relieve enough burden from the state that they don't have to do those more complex audits, or they would be within the range that they could handle internally. So I don't see that as an issue as far as splitting audits up. You wouldn't have NELAC come in and do pair level.
He's got one guy come in and do it.
You'd have to go to outside for anything. They do it all.
Then the outside guy does everything.
You're either going to do an external audit or you're going to do an internal audit, but you're not going to do both.
In Florida, does 400 with a staff of 7.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, totally with it.
No, their ELAP is 7.
I know we have those complex audits.
But that's the question I asked earlier where Steve responded.
Right, yeah, it would be way too complex to have labs come in. The rest of it and would cost.
So if we stick with his scenario where you have base fee, you have the FOT fee, and then you have the audit fee, if you check off the box and say, I'm buying my audit on the outside, you just don't collect that fee from that laboratory.
It works that way.
Yeah.
At 245 and we.
Andy, you're breaking up a bit, but I think you're transitioning to our next speaker, and I'm going to suggest that we just take a 5-minute break while we switch control of the presentation and get Jim teed up so that we can all use the restroom, and if that's okay with everyone.
Yep.
Great.
much for calling, by the way, for responding to
If we did an audit.
on the, my QA manager yesterday.
Oh, gosh, no.
It was interesting though, because once you said, because we've always just sent it to all of our clients.
If we went to other.
The PT work and DMRQA, and when she came back and said, oh, only major discharges need to do it. I then went to, because I for that market, I have a smaller portion that I manage for the firm. And so I went to them and I went, oh, okay, I went in the front page of the permit where the administrative thing, EPA.
Much easier
classified
than
as
trying to
major, but they
dig it
don't
out of my
use the
email.
emails per day. There are some that over MG.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna have to manually do
I've been trying to get in here all day to check the phone,
for
and I
that.
report that the conference phone was down. Are you using it?
We're on a break right now, but you have to ask Kate.
Yeah, we
What's
are
that?
using.
Is the conference phone working, or are you guys using it?
Yeah, the phone is working.
Okay, that's all I
Yeah.
needed there. I got
Yeah.
a report this morning that it was down.
There was problems with the television. I know that one is an issue that was just reported today. But we're okay for right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, my IT call was specifically about the phone, so if that's working, great, I'm gonna cross
We're
it
okay
off
now.
the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have it adequately set up to module.
Yeah.
The majors are getting out of it from, you know, I mean, it's very similar to email. So we're just trying to keep track of the PDFs, you know, we do like that when we get a CSV file, but not from the labs. And recently, we tried to work with, well, we went to USC, it's their test ultimately, it's their test. And because how the, and another funky thing that happened to the minors, because of the e-reporting rule, which required all that transition, that the DMRs had to be electronically uploaded by the majors. They then brought the minors in on that at the end of December 2016, where the minors not only had to do DMRs, but they had to do PTs? No, they had to do DMRs, but they had to report them electronically, like the majors do. And so that kind of swept them in. Well, if they're doing DMR, it doesn't make sense.
Do have to tell you, Jim, I'm so happy you guys are switching the drinking water data uploads.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Would be just unmanageable.
Trying to do
We
right on
here
and all,
require-
having,
we
you know,
can make
things
the
like
system where
my
we can build a
DVPs that
portal
I can't
and
do
some-
any, I just have to send, you know,
time, to do that,
no.
because all things
I
take
want a
lot of
system
time.
like C-Links and all of that,
But
so.
then-
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
Since it's EPA.
I've said that
we
from,
can't hire them to
yeah,
send
for a
you
while.
So it's just this.
No, you know, and that's, and there was with
That
C-Links
was
when we
something I
first
was
switched
pursuing,
that.
having that electronic
You know,
to place
but
for the minors.
I think
In the long run, it's worth it.
It did, and what we ended up doing was instead of just us
our
going,
engineer,
study section of the
you know,
public says
there's
minor,
times she's
major,
like, hey, I
that,
know you
or
sent this in, but it's not pulling up anywhere on
MG
my database.
benchmark.
Can you send me
I
new
just said
ones?
for
Or
now,
we
since-
get
since
complaints,
those
people say, well, how come
servers,
the city is
it was like
out of date
inconsistent with
on,
how
they're
you
doing their
classify
testing
them.
because they're
So
pulling
I had
up the
some that were
old,
on
you
one
know,
website.
digital
Normal
farm
flow,
report or
We used to
whatever.
invite them to
Even
church
if
at
it says we
Santa
haven't
Barbara
tested
every
since
year.
2009.
They didn't come because it
No,
was so
that's
far.
just, that system
You know, I
doesn't
used to
get
say, well,
updated, you know, so.
They can come
That
from
just
New
drives me
Zealand, they
crazy
can come
when I
from
see
Australia.
my staff
And then I saw
taking those paper slips and dangling them in one
every weekend I'll
spreadsheet
try
or
to
something
get
like that. These are really got it.
Then he started playing, and he said, God, now I get it, playing's fun.
If I got the letter, we'll provide it.
But I'll tell you though, that's something interesting.
Fortunately,
It's
it
not
looks
that-
like.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, like, once you get over 40, it's just,
Motivation,
it's not a
you know,
game.
some direction, you just can't.
You
It's
want to
just,
find me some resources to get a working system that just, you know, and that's hopefully we'll get that
plant hasn't been updated
International
yet,
guys,
or
like
some
club rugby
it's kind of
here
the
in
same.
this
And you know,
country,
putting
you get
in
an
place
ex-Jackson
budgets,
American
technology
football
out
players
there.
like
there
that.
is.
So, you know,
Yes,
it's
there is.
And you still take bad habits to the kid. You know, they never learn
Like
these
I
habits.
said, I could tell probably
Bad habits and all that stuff.
40 or so years, probably about 10 a month.
Yeah.
They'll run around people rather than try to run through them.
And somebody
And I'm guilty of all this. It's the same thing.
Kind of,
I can run with a
for me
football.
when I go work
So
with
much
these other
better to
states,
run around
like Dakota or Kentucky or something like that. They have these systems and we're still doing
Okay,
it.
we've got Alabama and Kentucky ahead of us. We know there's something wrong.
Last year of high school is when I moved here. That was right during the
Their
transition.
program is just a fraction of ours. too,
Exactly.
So that's,
Far less things that they're
I wonder when you
regulating
go to
and
college,
keeping track of.
oh, yeah, yeah.
The number of water
There's a branch of
systems
my
and all of
family
that,
that
they've gotta be a lot less.
they were living in Salisbury, Rhodesia. Hurrah now.
Yeah, and I.
My wife's in one. My wife's from.
So is are you able to see our screen on the other
I think
end?
we're talking about lab certifications
Took-
early on.
Andy?
We were talking about reference labs.
Big, beautiful cattle ranch.
Anybody? Are you muted?
They're all waiting with.
When he was checking on our phone system, now it doesn't work.
Must be 5 o'clock in Southern California.
Hello?
5 o'clock somewhere.
Okay, we're still connected.
Well, wait a minute. We've it's 2:51. We gotta wait 9 more minutes, then we can say it's 5 o'clock sometime. And I know the times go off by hours, but I don't think they go off by a 9-hour thing.
Well, that's, a lot of what I bring here comes from having a national operation.
See, I saw her latest revision.
Use in different states. I get texts
The
from my
program
guys,
plan
it's
meeting,
5 o'clock
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
We're having
So she
beers,
has
tough
said that
shit.
the laboratories have to be approved for the parameters.
Which I understand, yeah, that makes it for your perspective is totally different, whereas, a small
approved
public lab
Okay,
that
she
all
20 years of
certified
implementing
religious,
ELAC.
I'll ask her about
Because
that.
what that allows then is just them,
You know,
going
once
on,
you've
fill out
done
the paperwork and
Exactly,
then referee lab.
exactly,
And that's why I
yeah.
was like, I figured
And I
since
don't-
Anthony's working on
And
it.
the
I don't think she
compliance,
knows, and I don't think she'd be
the
aware
way-
enough. Look, I'll ask her
Well,
about that,
David
'cause that's-
Kimber gets a little exasperation
It's
from
always
time to time because he's
I
on the
think
same
it-
point all the time. But
You know, where were the other labs?
you have to write an annual report for QA. It's really simple.
Labs have to deal with it.
You know, we have the following failures in PT samples. It takes you an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
You
not
know,
right.
and some of that stuff when it first came
Maybe they
out.
all
I expected you to bring that up, and I was scared.
Well, since Anthony said they-
We looked at it and
if
said
it's
it's
being
bullshit,
addressed in that
therefore we
form,
will bullshit this.
doesn't matter. It should
And
be
it turns
really
out that
small forms and-
bullshit
and,
compliance
ultimately,
is compliance.
it has
You
a
just
sense
have to
me
write the
that
report.
the party-
But
why
that's the whole
party
thing
certified.
of
If
where,
you're a referee
the reason we're
laboratory,
jumping through all these
you should
hoops
be
is try to
certified
improve quality.
as a
But then to
accredited
say, okay, but
laboratory
you can just
to
bullshit
justify
it, then
when
what's the
you're
point? If
challenging
we're just
or
gonna bullshit it, to
counterbalancing
why
or-
go to the extra
or
work?
confirming
to just
numbers
bullshit
that
it?
you're
That's the thing I don't
operating on the
like.
same
There
principles.
is value.
I agree.
Yeah,
In these
because it just didn't make
basic-
sense. I mean, you know, as well.
Counts as good-
I mean, I've
as
said
good
it here
fertilizer.
in the past, it's
But,
really
you know.
small.
Oh, that thing, you're talking about the agricultural product, but yeah, the
You're
key
right,
issue
ultimately,
is,
you end up in a way competing against universities, and they're
And they don't have
the
to be
compliance
certified.
is not as daunting as it seems when you haven't done it.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
and I'm more so, I mean, honestly, my lab will be able to do it. I know that we've got a big enough lab, but I work with, yeah, yours will. I work with a lot of, I mean, my lab that I just came from was
Can you
two
operate
people.
your labs if they're not accredited?
What you've done to me.
Is there a requirement for?
There is a
accreditation?
requirement in our discharge
And
permit that
there may
any
be
report
differences
or
in all
any
the
result we
things.
give to the
And
state
it's
has to come from
just-
an ELAC certified lab. So yeah, you cannot.
So
You know, the only ones that if you have a treatment plant that is doing field testing or online monitoring only that are being done by certified wastewater operators from the state, those numbers can be reported without having to have an ELAC
And it
lab.
should
Or on
be
the drinking water
internally
system, it's a
because,
certified
you know,
drinking
there's
water
still a lot of
operator.
process control. It's human nature that when you're looking at what you're doing,
Yes.
that's great.
So we can do
But
it,
when someone else
But once you
looks at it,
discharge
well,
to surface
you can-
water, then the regs
Yeah.
take
You
into
are
effect
fully
and
compliant
your
with your
discharge.
You have
You
an
can actually do
NPDES
this
permit.
better by trying.
Any result
I
that goes
agree.
to the state
Yeah.
has to come from an ELAP certified lab.
Excuse me for a start. So,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
I
you're-
agree entirely. So I think we're slowly and
a lot of labs that will be shut down.
You guys ready?
I just was just gonna suggest the option of not shutting down, but just operating as a non.
I think a lot of them will.
Okay, so you can see our screen, right?
Right.
Yes, we can see your screen. I'll tell people to shut up here. All right, guys. That almost worked. It didn't work for Northern California, apparently. I still hear noise.
That's you guys.
We want you, Andy.
Or conversely, it's us. Where's Christine?
Did you just hear, where's Christine?
All right, it's quieted down. We can start.
I'll go ahead and start then?
Yes, please.
My name is Jim Stites. I'm with the Division of Drinking Water CIDWS unit. I want to thank everybody for inviting me here to speak in front of ELTAC. I didn't even know this group existed. As we move forward in CIDWS, I think we'll probably start getting more involved with laboratories because it all relates to electronic data reporting. I've been asked to speak on our transition goals into CIDWS, specifically as they relate to lab reporting, and specifically I've been asked to speak on these 3 items up here. One, we're trying to get our water quality data to meet quality control and quality assurance criteria, whatever that means. We're still trying to quantify that. Our data have to be legally defensible and have adequate signatory authority. And with our transition to CIDWS Prime, we are going to be implementing EPA's compliance monitoring data portal and move completely away from Write-On and WQIR. So these are steps that we need to take to become COMAIR compliant. So we'll get into that a little bit later here. So where we are now, we're using WQIR. I think everybody is aware of that. It's our current database of record for water quality data. The schema is based on the EDF electronic data format version 1.2i data dictionary, and Write-On and I believe most laboratory LIMS systems use this schema for electronic data files that are submitted right now. So WQIR is not legally defensible, and there are no signatory requirements, and so it is not COMAIR compliant. So we have to move away from that. So where do we need to be is we, for reasons including laboratory data, but many reasons beyond that, is we need to move into EPA's CIDWS Prime application. It's a compliance management system that's been developed by EPA and tracks and reports compliance with all the Safe Drinking Water Act rules. Along with that, this CIDWS Prime is the compliance monitoring data portal, which is a COMAIR compliant portal. And it relies on what they call shared COMAIR services. And it's a way for labs to electronically submit compliance monitoring results. So what does this mean for labs? Well, one, it's COMAIR compliant, so it's enforceable, it's legally defensible, and it meets the signatory requirements. We'll be shifting away from the EDT format. Write-On will go away, and it'll be more metadata that has to be submitted with the current laboratory data, and it'll probably be more QA, like submittal of lab method certification, report, knowing that reporting limits are met, that type of thing. So as we transition into CIDWS, we have short-term goals and we have long-term goals, and I think it's important to talk about these a little bit. Our short-term is to get into CIDWS 3.33, which is EPA's current process. It's a standalone application. It's set up at each primacy agency. It's costly for EPA to maintain 50 plus versions of the CIDWS application. It includes, CIDWS 3.33 includes this application that's called Lab to State, and that application is specifically for electronic water quality data reporting. In the long term, we want to move to CIDWS Prime, which is cloud-based architecture supported by EPA. It includes the compliance monitoring data portal, which, as I said, is COMAIR compliant. EPA expects that CIDWS Prime will be fully implemented by sometime in the fall of 2018, but don't expect that we'll get it at that time. CIDWS 3.33 transition is one thing that we want to do as part of the short term is to be able to track and report individual lead and copper results for the lead and copper rule. And this will require an updated process for labs to submit water quality data. won't work for us to get lead and copper data out of WQIR. So when we start getting that data, it's going to have to follow the EDWR 3.0 schema for reporting data to deciduous, and these files can either be in CSV or XML format. And we're going to stand up the new portal, this lab to state portal, on our server that supports this format. So all labs will just be able to sign in to the portal, lab to state, and submit their data through it. So I want to speak a little bit about WQIR and the EDF format versus lab to state and the EDWR format. So the EDF files that are currently submitted through Ride-On and LIMS, they don't match the deciduous requirements for EDWR. One, these are just a couple of obvious points that currently labs use storets and deciduous uses analyte codes. The data that we get are missing the lab sample IDs. The lab analytical method associations are not necessarily brought over to us. And also, as it relates to coliform monitoring, any repeat samples need to be associated with positive routine samples, and those aren't provided to us either. So, plus WQIR is not really able to track compliance with distribution system monitoring. This would include like the RTCR, lead and copper rule, and the disinfection byproducts rule, except for the locational running annual average. You could track that in WQIR, but it's not very good. So, and also migrating data from WQIR to deciduous is not efficient, and it does result in a lot of data errors. Further, it's not Chrome Air compliant. So we can't really look at trying to migrate that data from the Ride-On system to deciduous. So how are we going to get there? We're looking at right now is trying to use a rule-based approach for transitioning to deciduous, and because we know you guys get a lot of data comes in, a lot of data goes into our WQIR database, which works for us for tracking compliance, but data that don't go into WQIR that we can't track, we've got to come up with a way of doing that. So we figured that would be a good place to start. So we're looking at the first rule to implement would be the lead and copper rule, because we don't track that electronically right now. We don't track it in WQI, nor is it reported electronically. Beyond that would be the RTCR, most likely, the RTCR, the groundwater rule, coliform monitoring for the coliform rule. Then beyond that, I have these are not, in distinct priorities, but beyond the lead and copper rule and the RTCR, we would probably go with the groundwater rule, DBPR, source water data, which are being reported electronically, and surface water treatment rule data, which are not being reported electronically. So this would be the phases, the approximate phases, and how we'd roll this out. So our immediate goal for this year is to get individual lead and copper results in deciduous. As I'm sure everybody knows, lead is a national issue right now, and it's not tracked in WQIR. Getting that data into deciduous will help us become familiar with the process of migrating that data into deciduous, and also with deciduous business rules engines, how it's going to track compliance for us. And as I said earlier, it's going to require this new portal and a new reporting format. So lab to state, this is an application that was developed by EPA's contractor, SAIC. It generates XML files. It's based on the EDWR 3.0 schema, and it's a portal only. It's not going to be a replacement for Ride-On. It accepts both CSV and XML files. It's also available as a standalone application, so labs can download it and set it up on their own site too, and then they can run their data through that file, and it will generate a properly formatted XML file that you can send to us. And the only problem is it may miss some of the validations to make, like, does the water system actually exist? Well, it doesn't check that, so yeah. LIMS should be able to produce these formatted files, especially if they do work for other states. We've talked to some labs already, and they're able to produce the files that we want in the format that we want from their LIMS. We also talked with Chromium LIMS, and they said they could do it. They could work with our format. So some of the issues with lab to state, it does include validations to ensure that the file is has a proper schema formatting. It does not include validations for inventory or PS code components, so it doesn't know that the water system may or may not exist. You could load data up for a particular water system or a sampling point, and it wouldn't know that because it doesn't communicate with SWRCB at all. So we are going to need to include additional validations for like the water system ID, PS codes, collection address, lab and method certification. We're going to have to handle these outside of lab to state. Yeah, we haven't quite figured out how to do that, but we're going to have to do that. And in and of itself, lab to state does not meet Chromair compliance. So we're going to continue to use WQIR for compliance tracking while we phase into SWRCB. So labs are going to need to be able to submit files in the EDF format for going into WQIR, as well as submit files in the EDWR format for going into SWRCB. I don't expect that labs would need to submit data in both formats. I would think it would just be one format or the other, depending on which rule they're submitting data to. If it's lead and copper, they'll use the new format. If it's source water monitoring or phase 2, phase 5, it would be the old format. Ride-on will continue to be functional, as it were, for WQIR data. And then labs will need to update their LIMS systems to generate both EDF or EDWR formatted files. And we expect, as I said earlier, we expect that the larger national labs are already familiar with this format. So our long-term goals is transition to SWRCB Prime, which we expect to be in full production in 2018, but EPA has been pushing that back for a couple of years now. So, but we think it will be a couple of years after that before we fully adopt, because that's the way we do business. The compliance monitoring data portal, which goes along with that, that is hosted by EPA. As I said earlier, it's Chromair compliant. Eventually all water quality data will be submitted through that portal. Labs would access it directly, and we are hoping to implement the compliance monitoring data portal sometime within the next 2 to 5 years. EPA is ready to get us going on it, but we have a lot of work to do to get us up to speed on it. CMDP, a little bit about it, it pulls its inventory information from SWRCB. It allows labs and water systems to request updates to their own profiles directly through the portal. And of course, these updated profiles, having current profiles, allows CMDP to have a better ability to validate samples at the time of data submittal, which is really something that we're working towards. Reporting validations, the federal reporting validations work with SWRCB Prime. Those are for federal reporting validations, but we may have our own validations above and beyond that we're going to have to sort of implement in there outside of the SWRCB Prime network. Also, too, the schema that CMDP uses is a proprietary schema, and it doesn't support the EDWR XML schema. So I don't know what that schema looks like yet, because it's still in development. So CMDP has 3 ways of getting data. One is through web services, and this is where the submitter would basically connect their data management system to CMDP and run the data through that way. It's a one-way service, so it doesn't sound like you're going to be able to get data back from CMDP to your web service that way. The other way is you can upload an XML file, or actually you have an Excel template, you type all your stuff in and it uploads, it creates an XML file from that template. And then the third way is using web forms where labs can just log on and upload their data directly. Yes?
On that one where you're saying that, is that very similar to what the CWIX for wastewater ones right now, where you enter into a database and then it creates the file? Or are you familiar with the CWIX?
I'm not familiar with CWIX, but the way you describe it and the way I imagine CMDP to work, I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Data validations for CMDP, more than not, these data validations would actually reside in the SIDWIS database itself. In other words, it's going to look to see, does the water system exist? Does the water system number exist? Does the lab exist? Is the lab certified to do those methods, those analyses? Those all exist inside the SIDWIS database, either SIDWIS State or SIDWIS Prime. It includes these validations here, as I said, lab name, administrative contact, standard method, analyte method pairing, lab analyte method association, whether the lab is still currently certified, and any state-specific validations that we may come up with will probably need to be developed outside of the Compliance Monitoring Data Portal of Lab to State. So I'm not sure what those would be yet, but I know, as I said, we want to make our data more robust, so we may be looking at these additional validations. Chromair. Sounds like everybody here is familiar with Chromair, but anyway, it's Chromair is a CMDP is Chromair compliant. CMDP includes shared Chromair services. All labs would need to register on the CMDP, and this part of this registration process and part of being Chromair compliant is that everyone who registered needs to include a third-party verification process and any e-signature requirements between the user and the organization. So shared Chromair services has 3 high-level categories. One is a registration and identity management, which is a service for creating and validating accounts of reporting entities. The second requirement is electronic signature, which is a service for authenticating credentials, verifying user intent, and electronically signing submissions from regulated entities that are as legally defensible as the traditional pen and paper approach. The third service is it provides a copy of record management, so it stores and maintains all data submissions. So here's a link to EPA's CMDP help desk if you want to learn more about it. There's a page on there for regulators and for labs and for water systems, so it gives it's pretty good. I go there quite a bit. Then I have this graphic up here. This is an attempt to show the relationship between SIDWIS, CMDP, and the labs. And so on the right-hand side, these would be for states that are not using SIDWIS Prime, which is where we would be for the time being. On the right-hand side is SIDWIS or other state database. We send our inventory information via XML file through the CMDP exchange, so that information sits up in the CMDP database. Labs would then have their inventory record to associate that data to, using one of these 3 applications, web forms at the top, templates over here, an Excel template, or your LIMS database where you can use your web service to submit that data directly via XML file to CMDP, and then all that data is stored down here in the Chromair storage. So that's about it. Right. Any questions? This is great.
Any questions from Northern California?
This is Jill. What do you think your launch date will be for the lead electronic reporting?
Well, for the first phase, which includes lead and copper and lab to state, we want to start launching that as soon as possible. As soon as we identify a list of systems and their labs that would be submitting lead and copper data. So I would say for the first phase, we should have been doing it by now, but I'm hoping within the next month or so, we'll be launching that.
And you'll be using the email listserv to send information out to the laboratories?
Yes. Yeah, I'll be working with Christine and the listserv and whoever.
Great.
has ownership of that information. The second phase, the CMDP, Compliance Monitoring Data Portal, we're on the next round of states that EPA wants to roll it out to, and that'll start in April, and it should go for 6 months, but I don't see that we're going to be there within 6 months. I'd be surprised if we have SIDWIS account, a full working, CMDP account by this time next year. It could happen, but the major hurdle that I see right now is that we need to be Chrome Air compliant. And we need to tell EPA how we're going to be Chrome Air compliant. And they're making it really easy for us to be Chrome Air compliant. But we need to run it through our legal counsel first, and we need to get, the big thing is that we need to get a signature by our Attorney General. So there's a lot that we need to do to make our Attorney General comfortable with signing that type of document. So maybe next year we'll have the portal. Then after that, I don't know. It's just sort of give me a dartboard and throw some darts at it, and we'll come up with a date from there. So,
David?
Yeah, question for you. You use the term legally defensible several times and Chrome Air compliance several times. Are you using those synonymously, or is legally defensible something a larger category?
well, I would say legally defensible is actually a component of Chrome Air. So that is one aspect of being Chrome Air compliant, is that our data are legally defensible, and it includes the signatory requirement.
So legally defensible in terms of like tracking and documenting signatures and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the state board may have additional requirements on top of that, above and beyond what Chrome Air requires. They may have requirements for QA/QC, for trip blanks, lab blanks, that type of stuff. There'd be no way to track that in CMDP, and I don't even know that that's a requirement under Chrome Air. But if we are required to track it, it'll be obviously something above and beyond CMDP and Chrome Air.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And I hope to be in communication with more of you later on.
I'm sure you will be.
All right. Thank you.
We've always needed more.
Right.
The whole water system
So before we do it,
in a big data way.
This is great. Well, I'm really enjoying working with you guys, man. It's a lot easier than our own staff.
We don't work here.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Christine, for making Jim a part of our agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you. This was great.
This is good work, Christine.
Okay, so Bob Brownwood wanted to make a couple of comments, and then we need to talk about schedule for next meeting. Bob?
Thank you. So I've been here listening and about your fee issues and what Jim just brought up, and it is something that you're going to get a work group going and talk about fees. Thank you. Just to let you know, I mean, we're all managers at some level, and I'm the manager of the program management branch, which is responsible for ELAP and SIDWIS. And to me, it's almost perfect timing. We need to get the two things together, and I don't know how the fees are going to work out, but it's something, I'm very cognizant of. We have certain limited resources like everybody else, and everybody made some exceptionally good comments today, and I don't know how you guys are going to balance it out to present to us and that we'll ultimately make a decision on, but it's going to take some work, and how, I think, Ron, you brought up some good points on the three issues, and Dave, you brought up some points. Well, if you're going to train these people to be good inspectors, but then we're going to contract out, what are they going to do? And those are all things that we're going to have to work out. And under CDPH, we were highly underfunded under CDH. In fact, over 25% of all our not vacancies, but all our positions were in the blanket. They weren't even funded through anything. And so the board has been riding that ship to make it so we're floatable, but it's not been easy, and it's not an easy course to go ahead. And Christine presented some of these ideas to me, and it's, I had some of the same questions, and we do have some of the same questions. It's like, wait, can we do this in-house, and how many more staff are going to have? So those are all questions that I have too as a manager, and listening to your great comments, I'm sitting back there going, yeah, God, this is hard. It's really hard. It's not like, yeah, we're in the state. We just want I am fiscally conservative. I want to stop costs. And in my last position, I reduced my staff by 5% and still maintain productivity. And I'd love to see that here. Like Christine said, if we start shifting things around and things really work out, the hope is workload is reduced and we can reduce staffing. And I look at it the same way. This IM's unit of getting the data directly from the lab into the program and the SWRCB database, all that hand entry, we're going to reduce that. So my goal is that it reduces the workload of 23 people from every district we have, and so they can get out and do inspections so that we can kind of flatline this, eventually flatline it and really start working on our core issues. So we hear what you guys are saying, and we're familiar with it, and we agonize over it too, just to let you know. And we do want to strike a balance to get back to doing our job and core function, which is protecting public health, and for ELAB is to make sure that the data we use is accurate, defensible. Like Jim said, our attorneys asked them that very question, Dave, what's defensible? Ultimately, you don't know that until you're in court and you either win or lose. And if you win, it was defensible. If you lose, it wasn't. And hopefully we're going to make it so it's a good, solid compromise with everybody, but we don't lose. So that's all I have to say. And again, we do appreciate all the help you guys give. And we're getting a heck of a lot of value for our money and then some from y'all. So thanks.
Money. What money?
I have not received my stipend yet.
I want a raise.
We're paying to be here.
All right, so we all get a raise, right?
Double our salaries, still 0.
Yeah, there we go, 2 zeros.
So speaking of infinite value and all that we're giving to ELAP in terms of time, we need to look at subsequent meetings. We originally had a meeting tentatively scheduled for the 18th of May, but Christine, Miriam, and I have been talking about that in light of the May 3rd board meeting, which I think ends up kicking off officially the regulations part of it. Miriam's time is going to be pretty busy after that, starting with regulation. So what we had talked about at lunch, and I'll float it as a straw cat this time as opposed to a straw dog. David didn't like straw dogs, but wants to be sexist with straw men. Looking at potentially the week of the 19th of June as an option, which would then give ELAP, almost 2 months after that May board meeting to be able to come back to us with something that they could actually look for feedback on. And then instead of having the meeting after that in July, which would start to get us back into that, let's have a meeting every month because it's fun, looking at perhaps the week of the 14th of August, right after the NEMC meeting, and then by then, maybe Ryan's work group would be able to have some stuff on fees to come back with. So, do those weeks sound good to people in principle?
June is good for me.
Not good.
Yeah, June's not good for me.
Yeah, I don't think
I think
Ryan
we
needs
had
to
the
be there.
conversation before. June just sort of was not a good week.
That's my birthday week too.
It's your birthday week? All right.
Yeah, just, if you hold it on the 21st, I expect cake.
It's a national holiday.
I'll be there.
First day of summer, so we can have a solstice cake, I suppose.
Don't do it on that Friday.
I'm hearing that perhaps that week in June doesn't work, which may have been one of the reasons we thought about July 13th. So, you know, maybe we should stick with the July 13th date, which Miriam just sort of frowned. Oh, okay. All right. Miriam was not frowning. Yes, she was. She can't make up her mind. Does July 13th work for you, or would you like?
Or do you mean the action?
Well, July 13th is what we had previously scheduled as a meeting date. So the question that I would ask you, Miriam, is that too long after the May period? Would you like to get feedback sooner, which really forces it into June?
Yeah. I mean, it would be nicer if you had feedback earlier. Maybe end of May, is that better?
24th? Well, the end of...
That would be like the
end of...
the May 3rd board meeting, and then we have to kind of internally do some course corrections based on what the board members say. So there's a lot of internal things we have to work out. That's why we said May wouldn't work, and even end of May.
And then in terms of June, I'm out of town for 2 weeks straight on the 5th and the 16th. Allison, you said June
I'm
is completely out for you? Or?
Well, I'm only here a portion of any of
We can do.
You heard,
our beginning of the month.
you heard cats.
Oh,
Hey, Miriam? Could we individually submit our concerns to ELAP? Unfortunately, I'm out of the country for about a month between middle of June to middle of July.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think what I was thinking, I may be wrong, is that we will present back we get from the from workshop, and then the regulation text and it is done, so I can get feedback on that before we can go out on workshop, the public workshop to present it.
Okay, so the main focus of that meeting in...
That's what my understanding was. I may be wrong. I don't know what you have in mind.
I mean, I'm thinking in terms of the things that you had wanted ELTAC to help you on, Christine, which is, you know, implementation plan, and then the fees. So...
This is Kate. Can I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
Hey. Hi. I think that we all want to make sure that we use your time as efficiently as possible. And because we have so many things happening in May, and we have the regulations development and our training contract is going to roll out, I think it might be wise to stick with the July 13th meeting to give us some time to develop this plan for a strategy, to get feedback from you all, for Miriam's staff to work on regulations and be able to come back and ask for guidance from you. And I think that's probably about 9 weeks or so between that board date and then the July meeting date. So I'm just putting it to you all. I think that's a good amount of time for us to internally be able to get some work done, to have something tangible to bring back to you.
And not have the May meeting at all?
Right.
Okay.
I make a motion to cancel.
And that's just my
Cancel the
opinion,
meeting.
Christine
I'll
and Andy, if that's okay with you. That's just kind of how I had worked out the next couple months in my head, because I'm...
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, you know, I think canceling the May 18th meeting makes sense, and Steve, you just made a motion for that.
I was just joking, but.
But I'll
That's all
second
right.
it.
I'm gonna
Lost his motion.
I was serious about the second, Andy, if you get somebody else in the first.
Second. All those in favor?
Okay, it happened.
Opposed?
So,
Okay, the May 18th meeting is canceled. So I think right now it's just a question of stick with the July 13th and let ELAP come back to us in advance of that with what kinds of things they'd like us to discuss there. And it sounded like it was going to be a challenge to do anything the last weeks of June just because of people being out of town, et cetera. So I would recommend that as long as ELAP can wait that long for feedback from ELTAC, that we stick with the July 13th and we presumably focus that meeting on issues related to the regulations, which could include discussions of the implementation plan, et cetera. And then we look at doing the next meeting, perhaps late. So the only week I've got available in August is the week of the 14th to talk about fees. Or I guess I'll turn to you, Ryan, and say what kind of timing you need for your work group to complete their stuff. You know, sort of thinking that we don't want to get into let's have emergency fees again.
please.
We can shoot for August. Obviously, we have to put together the work group and some ideas, and have some work group meeting because of that. So we'll shoot for that if we need to adjust.
Okay, so the only week in August that I'm available is the week of the 14th. So maybe, Kate, you can do a doodle poll to see if that week works for enough people.
Okay, so that's just about 1 month after the July
Right.
meeting.
Right, but it would be a different topic.
Okay.
If it turns out that there are not who can make that, then we just back into
Why don't I send a doodle poll and we'll keep that as tentative because I think it's going to depend on really what the stakeholder work group is able to accomplish in that amount of time. And just so we see how the next couple of months go and how timing shakes out on everything. Again, we just want to make sure that we're using your time most efficiently and looking forward, we are required in the bylaws, I believe, to meet in October. So we may be able to find a good happy medium there.
Yeah, I just, on behalf of the regulated lab community, want to be sure we don't get into a position where we go to another year where ELAP ends up saying, we need to do emergency fee regulations and just bump them up, if we can avoid that.
In regard to that, we've gotten ourselves to our budgeted authority. So as long as there wasn't a change in level of service, I don't point in time us needing to rush out unless anything comes up out of nowhere. But I mean, we've the two fee increases were to get us to our expenditure authority, the service level of ELAP, which had for a decade not been adjusted. So I don't see the urgency at this point in time. So I would be real concerned about that.
But what about the software that you guys are going to buy? Is that going to affect the fee?
I would have to talk to budgeting to see what that's
So
going to
we've been looking into that, and I've been talking to Bob. Looks like something that might come out of the general fund.
Hey, Andy, this is Steven. I have a quick question because it sounds like we're kind of close to wrapping our meeting up and it's early. One of the earlier slides today was that ELTAC was going to provide initial direction to the work group. Preliminary vote and today's discussion will serve as a jumping off point. We didn't have a vote on anything. We had a variety of discussion. So I'm not quite, are we at a point where we just felt like we were just going to have our general dialogue shared with the work group and we'll wait for them to come back to us with some ideas, or are we supposed to be closing the subject matter out with a vote today in some way?
That vote was actually the vote that we had taken at the last meeting.
Okay.
So it was just the one where we overwhelmingly favored a base fee plus FOT fees.
Well, I hope that what goes to the work group as well is there was a discussion today that potentially about a third fee, and that would be the on-site assessment fee.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. That's,
Okay.
we want to capture all of that and make sure that that's where they jump off because you've gotten that one. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Kate, you mentioned there's one public comment.
Yes, we have one public comment in the room.
Hi, this is Raji again, City of Roseville. I just wanted to implore you guys to, when you think about the fees, to look at the FOTs and please classify them as, not as high, medium, or low, medium, and high on the basis of the entire FOT, but to split it into complex tasks and non-complex tasks. For example, we have 2 small labs, but what we do in both the labs is just basic wet chemistry. So we have 5 FOTs, and from the classification I saw on your list, they're all classified as medium. But we only do wet chemistry. We do not have any complex instrument in the labs, but we be paying all medium and high level fees for those tests. So, and I believe there'll be quite a few municipal labs which are pretty much in that situation. So we'll all be paying high fees for stuff, for tasks which are simple to very simple. So I just wanted to put that up there. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I think that echoes some of what David was talking about earlier. So it's certainly something for the work group to work on. Okay, so I think we're about wrapped up for the day. And most of today just in discussion without any votes, which may make the first time in history that we've not taken a vote on something. Except to...
No, we voted to accept them.
Yeah, right. We did take a vote.
Meeting.
Okay.
To cancel a
Did
meeting.
you hang up?
I would like a motion to adjourn.
We adjourn.
I second it.
All right, moved and anybody who doesn't want to adjourn, feel free to stay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.